ringing shrill over the hill. Come with drums low, muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe, am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no bows to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an asp. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devil dawn. Thrust the sword through the guarding fetter, all devoured, all begetter.
I'm into pan through with listen lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night. Oh Panny, oh Panny, oh Panny, come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady. Roaming as Bacchus with fauns and pods and nymphs and satyrs for thy gods. On a milk-white ass, come over the sea to me, to me. Come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and pythoness. Come with Artemis, silken shod, and wash thy white, thy beautiful god. In the moon of the woods, on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit and soul and body and brain. Come over the sea. Devil or God, to me, to me. My man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low, muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe, am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an asp. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devour, all begetter. Men to pan, thrill with lissome lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of Pan, be oh Pan. Be oh Pan, come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady, roaming as Bacchus with fauns and pards and nymphs and satyrs for thy guides. On a milk-white ass, come over the sea to me, to me. Come with a Apollo in bridal dress.
Shepherdess and faithfulness.
Come with Artemis silken shod, and wash thy white thigh, beautiful God, in the moon of the woods on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit and soul and body and brain. Come over the sea, devil or God, to thee, my mind, my mind. Come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle, my body weary of the empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an asp. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, oh devourer, oh begetter.
Thou who art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight. Thee I invoke, I faint fresh fire, kindling as my intensest fire. Thee I invoke, abiding one, the center and secret of the sun, and this most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I appear, most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm, all female quintessential, one man being veiled in woman form, glory and worshiping the highest cloud of mankind that defies being that race most royally run to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, Son of the world and its wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded dawn, glory to thee from waiting warm, glory to thee from earth unplugged, glory to thee from virgin vow, glory to thee, true unity. before time, beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight. Thee I invoke, my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intensest fire. Thee I invoke, abiding one, the center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I, here most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential one, man being veiled in woman form. Glory and worship in the highest, thou dove, mankind that defiest. Being that race most royally run to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world, ash wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb. Glory to thee from raging wall, glory to thee from earth unthrone, glory to thee from virgin bone, glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou fire and self of I am, that I am. Love is the law, love under will.
Who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun. That hidden spring of all things known and known, the blue alone, that the true fire will read, lead and breeding source and seed of life, love, liberty, and light, and beyond speech The center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery I wish could become my fear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy shout for of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the lonely female quintessential one, nothing veiled in one form. Glory and worship in the highest, thou of mankind that defiest, being that race most rawly run to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, Son of the world, ash wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded shore. Glory to thee from wedding walls. Glory to thee from the cloud. Glory to thee from virgin glory to thee through the glory to virtue sea. Glory to thee, thou sire undone, and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will. What I, beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding source and seed of life, love, liberty, light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight, thee I invoke, my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intensest fire, thee I invoke, abiding one, thee center and secret of the soul, and that most holy mystery, of which the vehicle am I. Appear most awful and most mild, as it is to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou Zion down and south of I am that I am. Love is the law, love underwell. Thou art I, beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone. Thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou alone, alone. Thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of liberty and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight, thee I invoke my faith, fresh fire, kindling as mine intense aspire. Thee I invoke, abiding one. The center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I, appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential one. Man being veiled in woman form. Glory and worship in the highest. Thou dove, mankind that deifiest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world, ash wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb. Glory to thee from waiting womb. thee from earth unplugged. Glory to thee from virgin vow. Glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou siren dam. And self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will. Thou, who art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun. Thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou thou the true fire within the real, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty, and light. Thou beyond speech and beyond sight. Thee I invoke my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intensest fire. Thee I invoke abiding one. The center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I, appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm, male, female, quintessential one, man being veiled in woman form, glory and worship in the highest, thou dove, mankind that day finest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world, ash, wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tone, glory to thee from waiting warm. Glory to thee from earth uncloned. Glory to thee from virgin vowed. Glory to thee, true unity of eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and dam and self of I am that I am. Love is the law of
Thou art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun. Thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brewing and breeding, source and seed of life, love, and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight. Thee I invoke my fate fresh. My intense aspire, thee I invoke, abiding one, the center and secret of the sun. Of the sun. Of the sun. And that most holy mystery, of which the vehicle am on, appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm, male, female, quintessential one, man being veiled in woman form, glory and worship in the highest out of mankind that defies, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world has won the tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb, glory to thee from waiting gnome, glory to thee from earth unclothed, glory to thee from virgin vows, glory to thee true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and dam, and self of I am, that I am. Lord is the Lord of underwear. Thou who art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone. Thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof alone, thou the true fire within the reed, ruling and breeding source and seed of life, love, liberty, and light. Thou beyond speech and beyond sight. I invoke my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intense aspire. Thee I invoke, abiding one, peace, center and secret over the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I appear, most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential one. Man being veiled in woman form. Glory and worship in the highest. Thou of mankind that defiest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, step of the world as wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb, glory to thee from waiting womb, glory to thee from earth unplowed, glory to thee from virgin vowed, glory to thee true unity of eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and dam, and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will.
Shops act, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship. They won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news that does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The hurt will be destroyed in mass. The establishment of the law of the lemur is the only way to preserve individual liberty and to assure the future of the race. In the words of the famous paradox of the Conti-Definite, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual in the world. the master Farian in this great war. Shops at the motoring lawns, Sunday suffocation, the censorship, they won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators suppress all art to reject the music news that does not meet their requirement. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The heart will be destroyed in mass. The establishment of the law of the leader is the only way to preserve in the future our liberty and to assure the future of the race. In the words of the famous paradox of the Conde de Phoenix, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual. All men and women are invited to cooperate with the master Rayon in this, the great work. She begs in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of Hadid. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, one Kafna 15. Now he shall know that the chosen priest, still of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16. For he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17, but ye are not so chosen. 19, burn upon their brows a slenderous servant. 19, as your linen woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. 21, with the God and the Ador, I am nothing. Do not see me. They are as upon the earth. I am heaven. And there is no other God than me and my Lord. 22 now. Therefore, I am known to ye by my name Nuit, and to him by a secret name which I will give him when at last he knoweth me. the secret orders of Hadid, the winged globe, the starry blue, are mine on Nahum's 15 now ye shall know that the chosen priest, Jastel of Infinite's face, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a son, and she a moon, and to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17, but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows a splendorous serpent. 19 o'er azure-lidded woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret wine which I have given unto with the God and Yea, I am nothing. They do not see me. They are as upon the earth. I am heaven, and there is no other God than me. And my Now, therefore, I am known to ye by my name, knew it, and to him by a secret name, which I will give him when at last he knows me. Democracy daughters. Ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds, cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. They are abortive births of the child, the new Aeon of Horus. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstantially is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger, never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers. It kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. Dora. Democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds, cavort crazily all abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently. He's left us persecuted, often destroyed by the wars. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today enter danger. Never yet parallel in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the heart. We're no longer your soldiers. Heroes are indiscriminately. Every human measure of those democratic, autocratic governments is for your it is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile the manifestation of new age, the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, oh warrior, Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou added, my secret center, my heart and my heart. Behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of hope, our crowds. The calves is in the cool, not the cool in the calves. Worship them, the calves, and behold my light shine over you. Let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and alone. These are fools that men adore. Both their gods and their men are fools. Come forth, O children, under the stars and take your fill of love. I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Above the gemet azure is the naked splendor of new the manifestation of new wind, the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, oh warrior, Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou Hadith, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. Then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the Lord. These are fools that men adore. Both their gods and their men are fools. Come forth, O children under the stars, and take your fill of love. I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy above the gem that azure is, the naked splendor of you. Appear on the throne of Ra. Open the ways of the cool. Lighten the ways of the calm, the ways of the calms. Run through to scare me or steal me. Oh, let it fill me, so that thy light is in me. And its red flame is as a sword in my hand. To push thy order there is a secret door that I shall make to establish thy way in all the quarters. These are the adorations, as thou hast written. Light is mine, its rays consume me. I have made a secret door leading to the house of Ra and Tum, of Keprai and of the fool. I am my Devan, woman to the prophet of Nakonsul. My best love mounts my breast I beat, by wise net I weave my spell. Show thy star splendor on it, bid me within thine house to dwell. Oh, winged sleep, oh, light my peace, how light with me brought it feelings. Oh, winged sleep, oh, light my peace, how light with me brought it feelings. Is as a sword in my hand, to push thy order here. Is a secret door that I shall make to establish thy way in all the quarters. These are the adorations, as thou hast written. The light is mine, its rays consume me. that I shall make to establish thy in all the quarters.
These are the adorations as thou hast written.
As it is said, the light is mine, its rays consume me. I have made a secret door into the house of Ra and tomb of Kitover and of the Hathor. I am thy Devan, omen to the prophet and Kafna consumed. Thy best now to my breast I beat, for wise commandment I weave my spell. Show thy star splendor on wheat, bid me within thine house to dwell. Oh, winged snake of light and heat, obey with me, Rahor Queen. Appear on the throne of Ra, open the ways of the car, lighten the ways of the car, the ways of the cats like through. Stir your spirit, all let it fill me, so that thy light is in me and its red flame as the sword in my hand to push thy order. The sky's another woman shall awake the lust and worship of the snake. Another soul of God and beast shall mingle in the globed priest. Another sacrifice shall stain the tomb. Another king shall reign, and blessing no longer be poured to the hawk-headed mystical lord. Certify the half of the word of him, Ra called Hur, Bakrad, and Rahul. 36. Then said the prophet unto the God 37, I adore thee in the song. I am the Lord of thieves, and that is time for speaker of men too. For me unveils the veiled sky, the self-slain on Ketra's bones too. His words are truth. I invoke, I greet thy presence, O Rahur Khut. Unity, uttermost I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee.
We promise already, so Study this key carefully.
Mr. Twain well knows that reconciliation would be as agreeable to my inclinations and as advantageous to my interests as to any man. But I see no prospect for it, no probability, no possibility. And I cannot.
I adore. The skies have no woman shall awake the lost and worship over the snake another soul of God and beast shall mingle in the globed priest. Another sacrifice shall stain the tomb. Another king shall reign and blessing no longer be poured to the hawk-headed mystical Lord. Certify the half of the word of Verunaho, called for 36, then said the prophet unto the God. 37, I adore thee in the song. I am the Lord of beings, and I be inspired for speaker of men too. For me,
The honor of your service to our king. Quiet! Be thou a knight in the name of God. Rise!
Why did he run? Why did he run? This is Chicago Bear, looked up, there goes the Greek girls.
whose words are truth, I invoke, I greet, my presence or a whole virtue, unity, uttermost truth. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee.
Some lust of the light, oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of pan, 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 come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady.
In the school, everything in the class is outside of maybe a project, right? Like in the real world, like you go work for a company or something like that, like you're not going to be the only engineer doing this one thing if it matters, right? You're going to be working with people in a team, you'll be able to ask questions, you'll have the internet, you'll have access to AI, all the information, you'll have time. Even if it's a crazy timeline, you'll still have time. It won't just be like, I have an hour, which is what an exam is, right? And you'll have other people oftentimes checking your work, right? Oftentimes they'll do different calculations in teams of 3 to make sure that like, okay, our numbers match up, these calculations match up, and if they don't, we can figure out why, right? That's like the real world. So all these exams where it's like, okay, here's your TI-36, you have an hour, crunch these numbers, you better remember everything, and you can't access anything. Like that's pretty artificial, right? So again, I'm not arguing for cheating because it's like the way that we're trying to come up with competence.
Roaming is back with songs and parts.
It's not really a test that you
And nymphs and satyrs for thy guards.
the project I do.
On a milk white from over the sea.
Simulating that, it gives them
To
more
me.
time, they have more resources, but they're still having to show
To me.
what they're capable of, right? They're still having to
Come with a
shepherdess and fight the race. Come with Artemis, silken shod.
Hello, Pro Benjamin. This is Alistair. Put me in the queue. Hello.
Oh, good gosh. The problem with Project Group is it's not personalness, right? So,
And wash thy white thigh, beautiful God,
natural.
in the moon of the woods on the marble mount.
No, that's true, but I mean, you make the
The
project.
dimpled dawn of the amber
I
fountain.
really loved our senior design project.
Dip the purple
Under
passion
magnetic
and prayer.
communication system for drones.
in the crimson shrine,
Design,
the scarlet snare.
receiver,
A soul that startles in eyes of blue. To watch thy wantonness, the tangled grove, the gnarly bold of the living tree that is spirit and soul, and body and brain. Come over the sea, O Pan, O Pan. Devil or God, to me, my man, my man. Come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill.
but each of us had a section of the project, and the project wouldn't work if none of us like agreed to do
Come
that.
with drums full muttering
Like there's 4 of us, and there was too much
from
to
the
do.
spring.
Like for instance, I did all of the microcontroller stuff with like Linux.
Come with flute and come with pipe.
Code and
Am I not right?
doing CPI to do the deep encoding. The transmit
I
receiver
who
side, right? So the encoding and the decoding, setting all that up. And all of like the
This is fascinating, but I hate to interrupt. Aisha says that I'm useless and she wants me to leave the room, but I feel like that's, a little bit obnoxious. But anyways, Pro, great to be here in your room. Benjamin, I hope things are going well for you on the plane. Fred, love what you're saying. Good to be here, everybody.
wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle. My body weary of empty class, strong as a lion and sharp as an axe. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom.
I hate to interrupt, Fred, but I'm sorry. Are you guys talking about the title of the room? Thanks. If I could just get a quick room reset. New on stage, Alistair here.
The sword through the dawning fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, oh, Pan, oh, Pan, oh, Pan, 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 I am a man. Do I?
The decimal address, and then I could sample it via, like Nyquist, but that had to be done in C. You can't do that with.
So what did you use for an AFE? What did you use for the AFE?
We created for the magnetic waves. Basically, we had a magnetometer transmitter.
Thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Pan, oh, Pan, oh, Pan, oh, Pan, Pan, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come. Evil on the horn.
Hate to interrupt this fascinating conversation, but a link is in the chat. Listening to some new John Kitover band music. Sorry to interrupt, boys. Go back to the great topic conversation.
Oh, the unicorn. I am Pan, I am my meat, I am thy man. Gold off thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flour to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to...
Sorry, guys, I'm getting a lot of hate in the chat here. Aisha says that I'm useless trash and no one will miss me. Wow, thanks, Aisha. Thank you.
Equinox, and I rave, and I rave, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin maiden, maiden man, in the might of Pan. Dio Pan, Dio Pan, 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 Dio Pan.
Well, I mean, with regards to simulation theory, I think it's important to look at it from the perspective of a solipsist, because a lot of Gnostics or enlightened people who think that they're like the prima causa of the simulation, well, they're not necessarily wrong, because without your body and your brain, you couldn't experience the simulation. So it's like if you reverse engineer a solipsist and simulation theory, you might just end up with a conference call app of a bunch of retard faggots like Aisha here in her thirst trap catfish photo, saying that I'm a useless piece of garbage. But it turns out that the universe is projecting you simultaneously as you project the universe. So Aisha, projection, emoji, mirror. I am complete.
Did he say it's a complete waste of time? My headphones breaking up.
I am the Pan, thrill with the sunrise of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of Pan, your Pan, your Pan, your Pan, come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady, Roman is Bacchus with fawns and pards and nymphs and satyrs for thy guards on a milk white ass. Come over the sea. To me, to me. Come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and pythoness. Come with Artemis, silk and shod, and wash thy white thigh, beautiful God. In the moon of the woods on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber found. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wanness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit and soul and body and brain. Come over the sea. Your Pan, your Pan,
Your pen, come over the sea.
To me, to me.
Devil or God, to me. My men, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low muttering from the string. Come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle my body, weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an axe. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devour, all together. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect, a thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery. Your plan, your plan, your plan, your plan, your plan, plan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, plan, your plan, your plan, your plan, plan. In the grip of the snake, the eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts come, your pen. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, your Pan, your Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend. Everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, man in the might of Pan. Your Pan, your Pan, 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 your Pan.
Hey, Hiwe, quítesito. He wants to know who you are. Right. Telale, naetoke, hokotaska, chakireita. Elenekite, kesikwiki. I ordered my warriors to shoot you. All of them. The men never miss. Sekamika hachumowe neta totape. Popowaka. Mutuena li ne ki te vi. Ne ki ni takiwe hoskakana ni kaneskuwe. Our people have a legend. A spirit of protection that shields those chosen, those who walk in destiny. Kila. Komposana kila hutuena li. Creator chose you. You've been shielded by the Spirit. Inatomano ki, nehiwe kite sito. So I ask again, what are you called? My name is George Washington. Ne mam kaulekta kite sito. I will remember this name.
Thrill with listen lust of the light. Oh man, my man, conquering out of the night of pan. Your plan, your plan, your plan. Come on.
That they are using can benefit me and my family so that I can start doing what I can do that people before me couldn't. And even as a woman, because fuck the black people shit, even as a woman who couldn't have bank accounts in 1974, in 2026 I'm talking my shit. Ain't nobody stopping me from nothing. So that's what I'm saying. Don't ever get it twisted and think that I'm crying about who gonna do what and why. However, I can speak from the perspective of someone who was affected. Like, I'm not mad at rich people for getting rich because I've been a part of that class that was affected when they had to pull jobs and contributions out of social services because their pockets was being hit for whatever reason, whether it be because they was mad, whether it be because they lost money in the housing market, whether it be because of the stock market crash, jobs, or whatever. When rich people pockets are hit in any type of way, it automatically affects the lowest class of people that everybody is fighting for, trying to get rid of rich people. And so that's why I don't understand.
Can I agree with you?
Miss Ronnie is saying that when rich people get a cold, poor people sneeze. I believe that's what Ronnie is saying.
That is true. He's right. I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't disagree with you anymore. You're right.
And that's the thing, Ronnie, like you said, like, I just will say this about rich people. Do you want a poor person who's struggling to make payroll every week signing your check? Or do you want a really rich person signing your check? I want a fucking rich person signing my check.
Wake that up, Nick. Wake that up.
Like what was it, Norm and Abby and all of them were saying earlier. I think that was the first thing, the reason why Donald Trump won the first time was when he was debating Hillary and he was talking about all the loopholes and everything like that. And he used the same loopholes that she was responsible for writing and all her donors and special interests used. She could have done something about it. Like that, you had Democrats controlling both houses. Why didn't they stop this? Why didn't they do anything about this? Because they don't. They talk a lot about it.
Classes motherfuckers too. Because they some classes, knee on your neck motherfuckers too. That's why.
Not on your neck, motherfucking shit. We ain't talking no Jared Chauvin over here. This ain't Minneapolis.
Well, Nick, to be fair, at that time, Hillary had only been in politics about 50 years, so maybe she was getting around to it.
That's
And
true.
how much did the Clinton
After her
Foundation?
husband cheated on her with a 19-year-old Jewish intern.
But Abby, around the Clinton Foundation, that thing is such a scam. I mean, it's blatantly obvious. I used to audit these 990s and not-for-profits, but these were legit companies. And when I used to see the salaries of them, they weren't exorbitant. But yeah, the Clinton Foundation is such a scam.
Well, I have affirmation from a good friend of mine, a Princeton economist with whom I went to high school. She went to work for the Clinton Foundation, and she confirmed what you said, that it's an utter scam, and she couldn't get out of that fast enough. It was essentially a money laundering operation. That's how that's relevant, by the way, but that's what she said. And she's the most honest person in the world. She went on to work at the New School of Political Research because she was so appalled. And she's a Democrat, like me, and she was appalled by what she saw there.
I wouldn't go near that foundation.
Yeah,
No way. It was such.
Thanks for telling that, because everyone was afraid to be a Republican. Even Nick, I think, doesn't even think he's a Republican. He's an old school Democrat. But that's how we used to believe, the Kennedy Democrats. And now it's like we have weirdos that support different countries. I don't know what, like Omar, whatever the hell, from Minnesota.
No, that's just called ethnic tribalism. That's all that is. Yeah. Well, the whole thing is like I said, the Democrats use the same damn loopholes that everyone else. Like big tech, all those guys are Democrats, and they use like Google offshores all their income to Bermuda, or the big tax haven is Ireland because it's only a 12.5% tax there. I mean, the amount of loopholes that these liberal-run companies use, I mean, they're just such hypocrites.
I guarantee you Barbara Streisand and the crowd in Hollywood that was supporting Harris all have done elaborate estate planning, asset protection. They probably have Cook Islands. They probably have Turks. I mean, you go through the list of how they're set up. It's
they're just hypocritical, just like Nick said, and just like you said. They're hypocritical people that want their cake and eat it too.
It's Puerto Rico because they only have a 4% capital gains tax, and like you don't have to like renounce your U.S. citizenship. So that's becoming like a new popular island. And another island in the Caribbean is St. Kitts and Nevis. They don't have an income tax, and neither does Antigua. For the longest time, Cayman used to be the most popular place, but the fees are really expensive now in the Cayman, so they're just going to other places. So, like to Abby's point,
it's like Vegas. It's like Vegas, but now it's like Reno.
Sound like incentives to me.
They're all going to take advantage, but they're not stupid.
You want Puerto Rico to the United States of America?
You know, territory. Yeah. Actually, Nick's going to eat you alive. Go ahead, Nick.
We're going to eat you alive?
Nick, Mahomes, the smartest fucking guy I ever met.
Well, I like intelligence. But my friends did move to Puerto Rico.
What was all the islands he said? Puerto Rico and Antigua?
Cayman, St. Kitts and Nevis, Steve mentioned.
Yeah. St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua. Dubai doesn't have an income tax.
No,
Saudi Arabia.
that's not tax, but then also asset protection. We used to do the Cook Islands. We still do that.
Hello, moderators. Moderators, I would like to make a case that structural white racism is alive and well in the big, beautiful bill and all this tax evasion, which is clearly what we are discussing. Where is BEMA?
You're from North Side Chicago, right?
He's trolling. He's kidding.
I know. Hey, well, how you been, brother?
Beema's not here. Sorry.
Well, then to the former African-American woman who believes that when the rich get poor, she gets poor. My darling dear, you couldn't be further from the truth.
I'm pure blood American. I'm pure blood. Fuck out here. I don't care. Listen, I don't care about none of that shit. Okay? I don't care. Me and my white brother and sister is gonna take advantage of these goddamn tax cuts like these rich motherfuckers, and we gotta fucking say what we want to say because that's the First Amendment, and then what we want to say is
you imagine what you can do with that energy?
Like, we don't care. We do not care. Like, I'm not gonna spend the rest of my life hating. I'm 45 years old. 45 years old. I'm not about to spend the rest of my life hating. I'm trying to peek in the books so I can take notes and do that shit for my family. I gotta trust for my fucking family so my shit don't gotta go through probate. Y'all worried about the wrong goddamn thing. Got those 401ks just sitting there. Got them naked ass LLCs just sitting there. That shit gonna be writing probate, getting hit by your creditors before your family get it. Worry about yourself. I'm paying attention. I don't got time to hate if I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention and applying pressure. That's my right as a pure-blooded American around this bitch.
Shout out to the Independent Trust. Shout out to Independent Trust, right, Nick?
Are we all doing funny voices now? Is that the...
Io's on stage. Io, did you want to speak on anything? Or
hell yeah, for the tax cuts and all the loopholes and shit like that. Yeah, absolutely. I'll say this, that it's kind of unfortunate that the corporations are just able to do so much of this work. I think if just the average poor person realized that if they make a corporation, they can kind of take their cuts for taxes after their losses as opposed to beforehand, just that little nuance right there, I think would do a lot of people a lot of justice there. But a lot of people don't think of it as something that can pay forward. So,
sure. Winter, you're new to the stage. Did you have anything you want to say, or are you good? Oh, no, she's always been quiet. Mon, hello, good evening.
What's up? I have something to say.
Yeah, go for it, Mon.
Pepe, are you there?
Hello.
I love you.
I love you too.
Back together.
That was very sweet. Aww.
Could we all just take a minute and love on Pepe? I love you, Pepe.
I love you too, Pepe. I love you, Pepe. We love you, Pepe.
Wow, thank you.
No,
No, we. You gotta say I. Don't be.
no. I'm not doing I. I'm doing we.
No. You love
Hey,
her.
everybody.
Hugs and kisses, Pepe.
Thank you.
Tonight you get all the dicks you can suck, Pepe.
Not too much, not too much.
Ma, is that all you wanted to say? Or are you good?
Open barbarians right forward of that.
He should only be allowed his fair share of penises. Save some for the girls.
Watch your mouth, not too much.
Wait, I thought you were going to say save something for the poor people. Okay, you surprised me.
Well, as a girl, I'm marginalized, so I can teeter-totter back and forth. I'm just saying, fair shares of dicks for everyone. We've got to be fair around.
I'll go ahead. When is fair something rich people do? Come on, get it straight now.
As many as you can handle. All right, this is getting a little weird. I don't know. Where do we go from here? What other topics we got? Nick, I appreciate all the insight, man. Yeah.
We all get Nick's business card and make sure that.
I've been looking on X to see what are people talking about.
People are talking about reparations, of course. Reparations with Pepe. Day number 2.
The whole peace thing quite well today, so I don't know. I have a feeling we're going to break the dam here in a second.
Do we do a sports break again now Beaver's here?
We can do a little bit of football. I don't know. Maybe like 10 minutes or 2 minutes. I don't know.
Football is structurally white racist, obviously.
Who's that?
I mean, we could ask Nick that. Usually we do have that conversation with Nick on how he's feeling about future in the NFL.
Let's check to see what they're talking about on Chatter real quick. Oh, they're still.
I
Hello?
would like to talk a little bit about the midterms and what's going to happen in the future of the country, because if my party regains control of any of the branches of government, I'm a little concerned about what's going to happen, because I think what Trump is doing is he's creating a corrective to some of the excesses of my party, very weird excesses, both politically, economically, legally, and culturally, particularly over the cultural institutions, which seem to have been infected and ideologically captured. So that's something that's really, really interesting and important to me. I don't know if it is to anybody else.
What the fuck did he just say?
How do you get all of these people out of the media, and how do you get them out of the universities? I mean, the problem is, if you look just like in the 2010s, what percentage of the media, first of all, went largely female. A lot of the editors, editing boards, and the staff at many of the largest newspapers, that was kind of ties into its own problems. You can look that up. But if you look at, like, for example, at universities, I'm sure you guys have seen it. It's been like this for decades, but it used to have.
This call may be recorded. Please hold while we connect your call.
Hey, can I place an order for pickup?
Okay.
Can I place an order for pickup?
Of course. What's the name for the order?
John,
What can I get you?
can I get a medium pan pizza? Old world pizza?
Alright.
And can I get a garlic?
What would you like on it?
Can I get garlic and Italian sausage?
Alright. Anything else?
Can I also get an Italian salad with chicken breast?
Alright. Anything else?
That's it.
Alright. Your order should be ready to pick up in about 30.
30 minutes. Okay, actually, I'm sorry. Can you change it to the chopped salad with chicken?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great.
Okay, I just remembered, make it like 45 minutes just because the can be listening to longer.
Okay, great. See you in 45.
All right, we'll see you then.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Meddling per se on policies or positions that he's taken.
No, we didn't say that at all. We said that it's going to occupy his time. It's going to occupy Congress's time. It's
Wait, then if it's going to occupy Congress's time, how does it?
Other things to get done, don't we? Like,
Jesus Christ, we're so derailing.
No, I'm not trying to derail. I'm literally trying to connect the dots here. How on God's green earth do impeachment proceedings in the House of Representatives, or even the Senate for that matter, take up the president himself's time?
Because it takes time, because he's got to address the charges. I mean, that could be obvious.
When and where does he get the opportunity to address the charges?
Immediately, he's got to mount a defense. An impeachment is like being charged. Who is he going to do? He's going to defend against the charges that the House brings against him.
That opportunity is not available to him.
Yeah, it is.
Wait,
I don't think you understand
under Trump 1, hold on, under Trump 1 when he was being
he had
impeached.
counsel. Do you remember his counsel that was there?
No, at what point did Trump have to go to a hearing to defend himself against the impeachment charges?
It has his lawyers. What is wrong with you?
Wait, what does that have to do with him?
What, you think you just sit around and your lawyers are working for you and you don't engage with your attorneys as they're representing you? You don't think you're involved in your defense? Are you kidding me?
How is this going to take up an ample amount of his time such that it's going to prohibit him from doing his job as the executive in chief?
It's going to tie up Congress. It's going to tie up our president. And it's going
to tie up Congress, but not him.
Yeah, well, that's an arm. I don't know if you know this, but it's one of the three branches of government.
Yeah, it's not part of the executive branch. It's a separate branch.
Nobody said that they were. I said it's going to constitute.
You're conflating you're being a fucking shady Jew, dude, and I don't like it because I'm an honest
man.
And it's guys like you that give guys like me a bad name.
Well, wait, there's nothing shady. I just said I posed a question. What happens if the Democrats win the midterms, they take control of the House of Representatives, and they continually impeach him? That's going to be friction against the progress of the government. At the very least, the House of Representatives and the executive branch, because they're going to be fighting it out. They're going to be battling. That's what
the branch doesn't get to battle with them.
Yeah, they do. They have to defend themselves. That's the battle. It's weird that you don't know this. Like you didn't know what the carried interest rate was either. I think there's a lot of not knowing in your case.
Florida, are you being serious? Florida, you don't think that this guy's up Trump to do his agenda? Is that what your claim is?
What? No, the claim from was that impeachment proceedings are going to be so inhibitive upon the president himself's time and energy that he's not going to be able to do his own job. Yeah, onerous, good word for it. Yeah, that he won't be able to do his own job that he is constitutionally responsible for doing. And
you forgot the first two Shannon pieces. You don't think that put a drain on his resources in his first administration? It's weird. It's weird.
That you have to make that your first priority, regardless of what the House is doing.
No, I don't. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. Monica, go ahead. What were you saying there, Monica? Oh, she's down the bottom. So put her down there. Come on, you guys, don't do that to Monica.
You know Monica didn't have anything important to say.
Of course I didn't. And I don't have any evidence of history in the first two sham impeachments that the Trump administration had to survive during his first administration that yielded such a drain on his administration that it impaired 2 years of his job. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, it's simple, quite frankly. If the charges are silly, and if the charges don't hold any weight, if the charges don't hold any water at face value, then they shouldn't have to maintain a lot of his time. They shouldn't have to be onerous. But when the charges are substantial and credible and reasonable, then yes, it's going to require the lawyers to put in a lot of time, effort, and energy to try to circumvent and de-escalate and try to mitigate these charges. Right. However, like if the charges are as asinine and belligerent as a lot of MAGA supporters would like to assert that they are, then it's no skin off of his back. But the problem here is that the charges are reasonable and they do hold water and that they are credible, and because of that, that's why
It's all day, constant. You've never been through a legal matter and understand the stress that a person goes through. It is completely taxing whether you interact with your lawyer an hour a day or more than that. Just the distraction from your life when you go through a serious legal matter. Come on, man.
You sound like you're stressing just thinking about it.
There's more because it was done deliberately as a time waster.
You might need testosterone replacement therapy because it sounds like you're stressing over the mere thought of what somebody else has to go through.
It was done as a deliberate time waster.
And that's a sign
of it sounds like you're I think you have a sign of low hearing. It was done as a deliberate time. You're right. With the full knowledge that because the charges were absurd, and because the Republicans held the Senate, they were never going to be the charges were never going to be upheld, and he'd never be removed. It was a deliberate time waster. They were nuisances over nonsense like this phone call that he had with Zelensky, or the January 6th riot, or whatever you want to call it.
El Normo, in fact, I think most knew that they weren't going to get an impeachment on him in that form in the Senate. You know what I mean? Like,
Of course not.
So this was all designed to obviously be a thorn in his side during his presidency. I mean, I don't think that's like a totally radical.
No. There's another position that could be taken here. There's another position. Do you guys just want to suck each other's dicks, or can somebody disagree?
It was pure harassment. They were just in suit.
So check this out. Okay, I agree with that. And I get a chance. Okay, Scott, you're new to the stage. Welcome to the stage. And Amari, welcome to the stage. Good evening, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Scott,
Very wise, educated person who always has a lot to offer.
Do you want to opine on the subject? Do you want to opine on the subject?
I think that it's absolutely right. An impeachment process would slow Trump down. That's what the founders had in mind when they had divided government in mind. I think the founders thought that divided government will work just because the branches were adversarial, but that doesn't work now, right? I mean, we don't really believe in that. So if one party controls both the executive and legislative branch, or right now basically functioning all three, then there's no checks and balances, right? Whether it's Democrat or Republican, right? So what we've done is we've transferred, against what I think, and we didn't, this happened well in the 19th century, but it's just gotten worse. So now, the only way you get what the founders intended is divided government, because I don't know. I don't know that, I think checking Trump in any way possible would be good, and I do think they're impeachable offenses. And I think, I think he's, the amount of profit he's making off the presidency, like the Bitcoin stuff, and something doesn't go their way, then they buy a bunch of Bitcoin, or they invest in the Bitcoin company, then it goes their way. I think there's stuff there. I think there's stuff to be investigated.
So I would like to jump in and say, I think if we're talking about impeachment, he hasn't done anything that deserves impeachment, especially not the Bitcoin. Like he always talks about, and people always talk about how Lincoln had a desk for his business and a desk for the presidency.
It's Washington. He says that about.
Yeah, Washington. Sorry about that. A couple of cut waters in. I might be off on here, but charge my mind, not my heart. So with that being said, he hasn't done anything. A president can actually have a business as long as he's not selling out America. So you would need, Scott, just not your opinion, you would need actual facts to say, he did X, Y, Z, sold secrets to, let's say, Qatar, And then in return, Qatar bought XYZ from his son's businesses. And if you can't point and actually connect those dots, you're just someone with TDS.
Yeah. Well, then I don't have TDS. I actually think Trump's entertaining, but I think that's what investigations are for. If it's completely pristine, right, then he'll have no problem. This is the Congress's, this is the House's prerogative. And also, I mean, this isn't like great or not great. I'm not saying what you can impeach for anything, right? It's a political process. You can impeach Obama for a tan suit. Now, whether or not it's prudent is fair, but like it's well within the House's purview to do it, right?
I mean, Clinton for having sex or not having sex.
I just got a quick question.
That's like crimes and misdemeanors, though, Scott.
Yeah, the way that's interpreted, though, is it's a subjective progress, but you don't have to have an indictment in a state at some level to indict somebody, right? Or to impeach somebody, right? It's a completely political process.
But Scott, I got a question for you. Do you realize that a lot of that Bitcoin business started before he became president, and he set it up?
An indictment.
Do you realize that he had to go through the previous guy's State Department to set it up, right? Because he set it up in a foreign country in Pakistan. So the previous guy could have come and said, hey, what the hell are you doing here? You're doing this stuff. And there was no evidence that he was doing it for this reason at that time. And so it happens to be that people are maybe investing in those things. That doesn't mean that he's saying, oh, they invested. Okay, now I'm going to do that's the piece that Omari is talking about. Like, they may be investing in it thinking, okay, well, if I do, hey, the Clinton Foundation, if I give money to the Clinton Foundation, I'll get curry favor. And the argument back from people was, well, I mean, there's no evidence that because they did that, they were giving any. Well, what do you mean? Like, she was Secretary of State, and she was also. Well, no, there's no evidence that was the case. And it's like, okay, well, yeah. So just because they gave money doesn't mean that that's the case. So, exactly. So I think the interesting piece these are things that I agree with what you're saying from a moral perspective. Like, it doesn't make sense. It seems shady. It seems dicey. We deserve answers. Like, I'm with you on that. We deserve answers. What's going on here? Is this truly the way it seems? Like, we need an investigation. We know that he's not going to investigate himself, and no president would. But, I mean, the fact is, right, is that if you look at it on the bare facts, the fact that if he had started the Bitcoin business just before, like right when he became president, said, hey, let's do this, or had his kids started right at that moment, or just after he got elected, that's a different story. But this was started when he thought that there's a possibility, or at least the poll said that he possibly could be losing, right? So
maybe can I ask you a question? Didn't actually Hunter Biden's actual business partner come out and link the Bidens to their business?
Well, yeah, and not just that. I mean, look, we could hash. We've done this a million times on Hunter Biden and all that stuff.
You don't hear Scott and I'm talking about that.
Yeah. Well, and that's a fair thing. See, you had a guy who it was in the vested interest to affect foreign policy to fire someone. And I know the argument. Oh, well, if we fire the prosecutor, that was what U.S. wanted. That was in the U.S. interest. So, but it just happened to benefit. I'm sure, Scott, you probably didn't know that Jim Biden was invested in a firm in 2009. As soon as Joe Biden became vice president, somehow he invested in a firm that was building homes, doing construction in Iraq, and his firm got that contract because of his last name and because it was this one, and he got a contract from the federal government and was building homes when he had zero construction background. So those things, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's right because it kept happening. What I'm saying is that, if you're seeing this stuff happen, and you're in business or you're in a job and you're seeing someone else doing this, and it constantly happens, and no one seems to care, at some point you go and say, well, shit, I'm losing. Does it make sense for me to leverage it? Can I do this stuff? Hey, you know what? Let me set up a Bitcoin business before he becomes, and if I become president and it helps me, great. If I don't, hey, I got a fallback plan. But all of the examples I gave you were started after the person was elected.
Try to hear that.
That is shady.
I didn't know that. That's interesting. Scott, do you have a rebuttal to that, or are you good?
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the fact that people lost their shit over Burisma and all that stuff, which to some degree, I mean, look, people have the right to look into stuff like that. I mean, so I think if it's as pristine as we're saying, that'll, that Trump has nothing to fear from the investigation, right? I mean, it'll be fine.
So we should investigate. So what you're saying is we should investigate everyone. Like, for example, hey, Nancy Pelosi made money right after COVID, getting COVID briefings. She should be under investigation. She should be investigation for every single class.
Hey all, my name is Dr. Brenda Lee Anderson, and I'm running for school board here.
Intelligence briefing she had, and then suddenly her stock portfolio grows. Every member of Congress and every member of government who was making $100,000 before they came into office and suddenly are multimillionaires while they're in office, or their families are worth $1 million should be, I mean, according to your logic, right? Because somehow it looks like something is there. We would be doing investigations every day that's all we'd be doing.
We wouldn't pass anything. Like, let the people make money unless you can do what they did with the guy from New Jersey, Menendez. And you can find the gold bars and all that other shit.
Omari, you know what's shady about Menendez? I just got to say this, okay? Menendez was under investigation under the Osama administration, okay? And in 2015,
unless you can do what
he was doing, he was under investigation. It went into 2017, right? It was under the radar. Like most of the media did. I mean, local media did in New Jersey and stuff, but other places didn't really cover it. And then suddenly Trump becomes president, and he starts coming out to the microphone, using and saying that Trump is going after me because he's scared of me and all this stuff. And suddenly he starts getting media traction, and then suddenly somehow he gets out of it, or he doesn't get scathed. And in that, it was about foreign intelligence, but he somehow got out of it. Right, he got out of it, and okay, fine. He got out of the whole thing, fine. He was cleared, and then suddenly we find out he was trading secrets for gold bars and keeping them in his thing. And by the way, the guy didn't go to jail, right? He just got straight. He had to resign from Congress and leave, but he was hesitant to do it. Dems took a long time to come and condemn him for it, but he was on foreign intelligence committees even after the first thing that occurred, and still continued doing it, thinking he could get away with anything because they had the Senate. They won the Senate during the midterms of the first Trump administration. I mean, it's ridiculous, this kind of stuff. But there was no investigation, by the way, Scott, into him. I mean, there was a DOJ investigation, but nothing that's really public. And you can't find all the testimony that he gave. His testimony is sealed because it's talking about secrets he shared with allies of ours. I mean, it's incredible.
It's a difference that the press, the liberal press, will focus on Trump as a real estate developer and the relationships in the Gulf region, and his golf courses and his hotels and investments like in the kingdom and such. He's had those investments. He's been involved in that business. Kushner's been involved in that business. The fact that he has the relationship, I mean, they'd have to have evidence to show that was leveraged.
Abby, there is one shady thing that the Trump team has done, and I will be honest and fair on this, is when Trump took office, just before he took office, 2 weeks before he took office, his sons invested in a company that does like defense type work, okay? And sorry. Yeah, with the drones, right? So they got involved in that, right? And that company was given a huge DoD contract, and and foreign countries were also investing, and they, and so they got into it. Now, what you'd have to prove to go with what Omari said is that this company, when I researched it, they had already submitted several bids before the family got involved. Now, I know the bidding process better than probably anyone in this room. Whether they made the decision before they came aboard and didn't announce it till later, or they were going to go with someone else, and then suddenly the Trump family's aboard and they make the decision for him, is the question. But that's usually done through Inspector General, who will come and say, hey, there was undue influence. He may not call them out, but he'll say there was undue influence. And the GAO, and I believe that case is going in front of the GAO, I think it's February, if I'm not mistaken, but it should be going in front of there. So we'll find out if that's really why they got it, or, and we'll see. We'll see in that bid process. But if that is probably the only one that I would say looks really, really dicey, because it happened just before. Hey, what was the intent of the brothers in doing that? I can call a spade a spade. I just don't hear anyone doing it with Joe Biden. Oh, well, you know, they're always making excuses, saying that, and no one wanted to investigate him or doing it.
Can I ask a question to the people on the stage, including Abby? Or maybe
I was going to ask how many people have Trump watches. I just wanted to ask that. So.
I wanted to buy one. I need to buy one. But I was going to ask the people on stage, does anyone have an issue with presidents making money while in office? I don't. I don't care if Barack Obama made money. I never thought that was an issue.
I think the blind trust thing is a great thing, which previous presidents in recent memory have done. I think that's a great idea. I think it's probably a great idea for everyone in Congress too, but I don't think we'll get people to do it. But I think it's reasonable.
Did Jimmy Carter separate himself from his peanut farm? I don't remember. Like historically, Scott, maybe you remember.
But Trump has a blind trust. Hold on. Trump has a blind trust. So what Scott is,
he doesn't.
He has some kind of evidence.
He says that he basically said, I'm not involved in the businesses anymore. My kids are doing it. He's not a blind trust. He said that I'm just. So we have to take his word for it. That which is we can. That's the deal. We have to take his word for the fact that he's just stepped away from the businesses, which that he doesn't insult, and they don't say, hey Dad, if we gave this person a sweetheart deal, this would be, if we did this possible. We just have to take his word for it that there's no communications like that with the family, which is what that was his answer. I'm not running the business, I'm running the business.
So the exact thing is, you're right that he didn't put in a blind trust, but his business holdings and financial assets have been placed in an irrevocable trust managed by his adult sons, Don Jr. and Eric, alongside company executives. And it says daily operations and management are held over to the sons and executives rather than an independent arm, but he retains financial ownership and financial interests in his companies and real estate, meaning he knows what assets he owns. A true blind trust requires liquid assets to be sold off and managed completely independent third party without the official's knowledge criteria. It also says that it's very difficult to get those assets back once it's in a blind trust. Very difficult. And if you're setting up generation, this is something very important. If you're setting up generational legacy, it's very difficult to move things out of a blind trust into the generation after a certain period of time. So it could be that Trump says, hey, if I do this, then I'm screwing my generations and doing screwing my family. So, you're saying that, hey, it should be a blind trust, but shouldn't his future and what he worked hard for before he became president, shouldn't that be protected as well, Scott?
He put it in an irrevocable trust, probably, like I was talking before about a self-settling spendthrift, which he's domiciled in Florida and probably did.
No, it's a revocable, not irrevocable.
It is revocable? Okay.
It's revocable. So he did it so that he can, because when he gets out, what's he going to do? And what's his kids going to do? I don't blame him for that. Because you got to do that, and you got to put it in that way. That's just the only way to do it, right? Look, if you do a blind trust and you're a younger good person, there's time to get out. But we don't know. He could die as soon as he leaves office. He could die while he's in office, right? And then what happens? Now you're trying to recover everything out of the blind trust, and you're trying to get it out, and that's a litigation for years, and you basically screwed your family. You can't do that.
Yeah, presidents should be able to make money. I don't see any reward for Saudi Arabia or Qatar that's what, they out here just living a great life because of Trump. So, I'm sorry.
But hold on, Scott, if you did do that.
Oh, that wasn't Scott, that was Amari. But
No, I know, Amari, I agree with you, but I was just addressing Scott that, Scott, if you did do this plan that you're giving here, right, then you'd end up with presidents doing what Bill Clinton did. And with Hillary Clinton, which is, hey, let me set up a charitable foundation. Let me screw the people of Haiti. Let me get as much money as I can. Let me do as much shit as I can. Let me trade speeches that I'm giving you because I was a famous president. Hey, let me have Barack Obama come and speak over here, the current sitting president. Let me have the former president come over. Hey, give me money, foreign countries. Give me money, right? And now you're basically sharing former secrets, current secrets, all that kind of stuff. That's actually, in my view, shadier. Because you know what you're doing, and look at the Clinton initiative now. No one invests. Why? Because there's nothing to gain from them. Because they're nobody. So that just tells you right there that the whole purpose of it was bad. Trump didn't do anything. He didn't go and knock down the doors, take them out, nothing. It's just nobody invests anymore because they go, hey, they're useless players. We're not going to gain anything from it. So it's clear they only invested because they thought Hillary Clinton was going to become president and they wanted to curry favor with her in policies. That should be illegal. And she was Secretary of State, by the way, and didn't shut it down. She wasn't forced to shut it down. You're saying that Obama as president allowed his vice president to get his brother to get contracts, trading, basically saying, hey, I'm doing construction work. And he allowed his Secretary of State to get investments from foreign countries to an initiative that her husband is running, which has her name on it, that she can see and didn't put in a blind trust or anything. And you okay with that, Scott?
No, I'm not okay with any of that. Look, I think that there's a lot of issues with influence. I think that a lot of this stuff is a problem. Absolutely.
So investigate Obama and remove his pension as a former president, and you can still.
If there's evidence there, go ahead and investigate it. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I think we need more transparency, not less. Yes, absolutely.
Naveen, how do we do investigations when this is what's floating around right now? Catherine Herridge has just released that the media willfully ignored the accusations of bribery with the Bidens before he was president and also during his presidency. This stuff, these files just came out that the media just willfully ignores this information.
Well, one thing I just want to say is I hope she has like a bodyguard or something. I really do. I'm hoping she has one, because I mean she's going down dangerous territory, and some of these people on the left are going to go nuts, and some of these media people are going to go nuts. I mean, the fact is she's reporting things that are accurate, but the problem we're having here is we were lied to by the media. And by the way, Scott, I remember you on this app making comments about the case with Trump, with the documents case, and I was saying to you that I'm pretty sure the Biden administration was behind it. And then afterwards, when they came out and said, no, there's no evidence of it. And I think in a room, you fact checked me again, saying a couple of times, saying, there's no evidence. Well, you should read it. Now there's evidence that Merrick Garland coordinated with the White House. They knew the time, the place. They knew Walt and Nalta. They knew the other things that were there. In fact, it was the White House who said you should go after Walt and Nalta. So that means that he was actually doing exactly what they're accusing Trump of doing. But because the media deceived you, you didn't know.
Evidence in the link. I will read it. Put it in the chat.
Yeah, Joe, can you put it? I'm just on the go, but you saw that article, so just put it in.
Yeah, look, I'll bring it up. I'll make my point here. This is all chicken shit about the Trumps when it's legitimate business that they're doing. It is what it is. However, we have the Biden crime family that there's files that Catherine Herridge is discussing that the media willfully ignored reporting on any of this. So how are we ever going to get to it? It took a Republican oversight committee to even dig into what was happening during his presidency with the bribery going on. So making all this accusations about Donald Trump, it seems like they're playing, like the media and people are playing cover for it. It's wrong. It's overall wrong when straight blackmail is going on to the highest office in the nation. And I'll put the information up there.
I'm just posting the New York Post link right now. I can't wait for Scott to apologize because there is evidence. And, I remember him saying that to me, and I was a little bit upset saying that there's evidence, and it even says Biden White House coordinated on the raid of Trump's Mar-a-Lago and then took the convo offline, as DOJ official said under oath. So, yeah, interesting.
Poor Scott. Y'all need to get Scott when he's in Gary's room.
Scott, I appreciate Scott.
Hey, Scott, when you get in
Are you guys ganging up on the one person in the room is the disagreeing voice again?
No.
Because that's what you were doing with me earlier.
We're not coming after you.
The problem is that it becomes very exhausting.
I'm not a big Trump supporter anymore. What's going on?
We don't disagree with Scott. Hey, go Birds, Scott, right? Do we agree?
Exactly.
Omar, you know, okay?
We're not picking on.
Not like I used to be. No.
He's a good guy. We're not picking on Florida. We're good, man.
Well, I wasn't given that. I wasn't given that level of fucking credibility and respect earlier.
That was me.
Hold on, not shouting.
You were
I just spoke, and I feel like this is a mischaracterization. I have not directed anything at Scott. I'm talking about Joe Biden. I'm just joining in on a conversation here. Florida, why do you hold up all this animosity towards us when you could just join in the conversation and not be so emotional about it?
Well, that's what I do. Like 98% of the time, I just engage in a hopefully honest and genuine conversation. The problem that I have today with the room, Joe, is that it's been extremely uncharacteristically dismissive and disrespectful towards the one or two dissenting voices on the stage. And what we've witnessed today, or what I've experienced today, for lack of a better term, colloquially rather than explicitly, would be like a gangbang of effects, where I would say something and then it would get Norm and Pepe and Abby and others, several others typically, to all kind of chime in and start chiming in and going after me at once, rather than giving me an honest and fair shot at dealing with everybody one-on-one. I'd be happy to take on the stage as long as I have the opportunity to engage with everybody on the stage one at a time. But it does become exhaustive when you have to deal with everybody on the stage at once. It's kind of like a man versus mob sort of situation, and the man never has a chance against an entire mob. But if you let the man deal with the mob 1v1, you never know. Maybe that man fucking knocks everybody out.
You're in the wrong room.
There's a movie. Wasn't there a movie like that from the 80s? I forgot the name of it. I gotta find
it. Sounds like it should be a movie.
Yeah.
We should
how they deal with you, Florida. Why don't you see that as you? Florida, it's only you. Why don't you see that as a reflection of you?
Because I scare people in here, obviously.
No, it's the intensity, it's the aggression, it's the
there's people that disagreed, and I was going, I wouldn't say I wasn't fighting with anybody, but I was, holding counter positions to people. I think, if I recall, when you came in, you got really aggressive, and then you started yelling at Abby and demanding that she answer your question. And
she said she was going to answer my question.
I think at one point you called her a whore. I'm pretty sure. Wow.
Pepe, she said she was going to answer my question,
and
she never did.
I answered it via my state, which I was familiar.
But you never answered the question.
Then we had Naveen answer it based on his state. And
no, none of you answered the question. What was the question I asked?
You asked the percentage of DSA people that are either elected or running for office in the United States out of the Democratic Party.
And what was the percentage that you gave me?
And I knew in my state how many, and then Naveen was able to share what he knew in his state.
What was the
involved in our state's politics. Hey, Kitover's in here. Do you know in Illinois the amount?
What was the percentage that you gave me?
Yeah, but that's the point.
You never gave me a percentage.
Yeah, but why did she have to do the math for you? Why didn't you go search it out?
She didn't have to. She could have stayed cute on mute. Nobody asked her a question. The question was posed to Joe. Joe had already had a Gemini conversation open. Joe had already made the claim that there were over 210 some odd fucking DSA candidates that were running for office or something to that effect. And my question to Joe was what percentage of candidates does this actually represent in both the national and the the smaller scales that he had mentioned. And the question was posed to Joe specifically because he had already had the Gemini conversation open.
Room and insist, instead of doing a simple search, you would have known in 30 seconds if you just went and figured it out. You wanted somebody to spoon feed it.
Joe already had the information open, so I wanted to know based on the numbers that he was providing with the Gemini conversation.
Joe say it again?
That he had already
number?
Oh, hold on.
He's really offended, I think.
All right.
No, not by you, by Abby. I'm more offended by Abby.
I was driving at the time. Wasn't I driving?
Jesus Christ.
All right, look.
In 100
If you were driving, then why did you come up?
Look.
Timothy, hold up.
All right.
I just rehashed this to tell you how, like, you just came in hot, and we don't need to have this fight over this again. And you're just, today, for whatever reason, you're just animated and like, getting worked up, but more so than usual. It was just about the tone and your energy. It had nothing to do with shit you were saying.
Well, again, when the question was posed to Joe...
Hold on. Hey, let me try and address what you're discussing here. It's just statistics. At the end of the day, your question doesn't really have, are you talking about every political position? Because I was listing from mayors, city council members, all across the thousands and thousands of cities and counties that we have across America. I've already stated that it's only in 39 states do they even have positions. I already stated that there are more coming up, 35 that have won nominations in this cycle for 2026 midterms for Congress. So I went through the numbers. So when you say, tell me the percentage, tell me the percentage.
Yeah.
Are you of what? Of the Democrat Party? Of which ones?
Yeah.
Because not every position is up in the midterms either.
Right.
So you want you to take the 212
Hold on,
and
Omar,
divide it by
Omar, I don't need help about this.
So the point of where you don't have this is you don't actually address a topic. You don't address the point. I made a point, and you never actually respond to the point. If you want to make a point off the percentage, just say it.
No,
Why do you have to lead me down primrose path by asking questions? Just say what your point is.
I got you, but I didn't, and this might sound clubhouse retarded, but I didn't have a point. I was genuinely curious. Okay, you said there were 200 and some odd total. You said there were 30 some odd across 39 states. And let me repeat my question again. And I thought I had prefaced, hold on, I don't need any help here real quick. I prefaced the question when I asked it. I'm genuinely curious. Don't mean to be leading down a primrose path. Don't mean to be asking leading questions. I'm just genuinely curious because, like, it might make a difference in the totality and the grand scheme of things. What is the percentage of the total Democrat politicians, nominees, elected officials, specifically amongst Democrats, though, when compared to other total Democrats, what's the percentage of the DSA candidates and nominees and elected officials?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
I know you couldn't.
How many total Democrat politicians? 5%.
But Joe, that's why I wanted you to just plug it into your Gemini. Why don't
there's
you
no way for me to know this.
He already curated the Gemini chat.
Can I talk? Okay, if we go back to that segment, and we shouldn't land too long on this. We had a great conversation going on before you came in here and rudely interrupted us. I literally told the room the actual prompt I put into Gemini. I said what it was, and you clearly could have done that yourself. When I give you what the prompt is, I know Gemini is free, and you can use it and do it yourself. Why didn't you?
Because you had already curated a conversation with Gemini that had given you numbers, etc. And all I was asking you to do was to simply ask one follow-up question. What is the percentage of what percentage of the Democratic Party do these DSA candidates represent? And it wasn't, I mean, I could have, yes, but the problem really became a problem for me when Abby thought that she was going to come off the mic and say, let me answer the question, and then proceeded to go on a monologue and never mention a single number, nonetheless a percentage.
I mentioned my state.
Wait. How would you have known that the number's right?
She never mentioned any number.
No.
Hold on.
But how do you know what Joe's telling you is right if you're not going to look it up for yourself?
I would have taken him at his word because I believe Joe to be an honest arbiter. I would have trusted him.
Joe just.
All right.
We have many. There are many positions.
Hold on.
There are many positions throughout the.
Nah, bro.
There are many positions.
Abby, I know you want to respond. Hold on. Okay, this is what he's trying to do. Is get in here, center himself, control the conversation, talk about it. But just know what the issue really occurs here with him is that he doesn't really want to have an honest conversation with us about it, because Abby was responding genuinely about her life experience. Let me just finish. We have conversations in here. She was genuinely giving her take on what it's like dealing with in her state and how many DSA members have won nominations and are slowly taking over the Democrat Party, and she's giving an account of it. Okay, so
she said, "quote unquote," a lot.
She's adding to the conversation. Okay, you're not adding to the conversation. You're just trying to fight with us because you want to prevent the conversation from happening. She
shouldn't have said she was going to answer the question.
And with that said, Joe said it well. That shit dead, man.
Thank you.
She should have never said that she was going to answer the question.
Y'all talk about this shit for the last 15, 20 minutes, bro. That shit dead, man. Get back to the topic, bro.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to hear that shit no more. Respectfully.
What's more important from it is the issue that they exist and that they're coming to a school board or a mayoral position or a state legislature near you. That's the point we were trying to make. And what's also important to note when you try to get the statistics is we have many positions that people run nonpartisan. It doesn't mean that they're not part of it, but they don't declare a party when they're running. Including our district attorney, our mayoral.
Yeah, most states are that way.
Can I finish? So it's sometimes a hard number to distinguish because the actual person in office has not declared a particular party, even though you know that they came from the Democrat or the Republican Party initially. However, I was giving my anecdotal, what I experienced in my state,
DSA means that they're a member of that club.
How they had taken over our state Democratic committee and the issue that our federal representatives had with them controlling the state Democratic committee. And what transpired. That's what I was talking about. I was talking about our state house and the ones we were dealing with.
You were talking a lot of hoopla, but you never answered the question that you said you were going to answer.
The bigger issue is that they exist. Thank you, Himothy, for letting me say that.
Timothy, let's move on.
The bigger issue is that they exist. That is some Nazi rhetoric right there. Look, it's not that
I want to say something.
It's not that the Jews are here. The bigger issue is that they exist.
Timothy speaking. Come on, brother. Timothy, go ahead. Set the topic, Timothy. Go for it.
All right, man. So, honestly, I'm at work right now, man. I've been listening to y'all conversation, man. It's been a good conversation until for the last, I'm going to say 15 to 20 minutes where we somehow centered Florida heavy. So, I don't really have too much to say. I just want to continue listening, but that shit dead, man. Talk about something else, bro.
Go ahead. Go back to your echo chamber.
Can we talk about the election fraud?
Can we talk about the election? Real quick, Naveen. I put the number in the chat for you, Florida. I hope that should answer the question. There's only 4 running. That's 0.92% out of the 435 members.
I appreciate you, Omari. Thank God for Omari.
I can't believe we can't get off this. That wasn't even the point I made. We talked about throughout all of the country, okay? And that's not what the percentage is in relation to the conversation we had. You weren't here, Omar.
Yeah, I'm so sorry I brought this up. I answered him why he thought we were just being argumentative because he had a so-called different point of view, but like I did not think we were going to rehash this.
Let's talk about election fraud. Okay? Is that
So coming to a state near you, so we can talk about all our different states and the voter rolls and the election fraud.
Because I was told, because Abby, I was told, or anyone on this app, I was told before, Donald Trump is delusional. In fact, I think Florida and others said it too. There's no evidence of voter fraud. I said, and I did this whole room where she went after me and was making all these comments. I said, the biggest problem is the registration. There is no registration issue. You're shouting and all that. There is no registration issue. I said, there is. There's these people, if they were registering, wouldn't they have found them? If they were, I said, no, dude, you're telling me that people register. And I said, yes. And I went through it. And I said, the solution is to upload and force them to have to upload proof of citizenship so that in the back end it does it. He said, there's no evidence. Provide me evidence. I said, it's there. Well, see, you can't provide anything. Now there's evidence. So I'm waiting for Florida to come and say, hey, you guys are right. There is evidence that this is being done. I'll wait. Let me get off talking. We have witnesses, so go ahead.
It's a problem, though. People are.
Wait. Florida needs to admit that he was wrong and that there is.
We've got to admit there are people that are registered to vote in 2 states, which is a problem. Namely, Jared Kushner. He was registered in New York and New Jersey.
Actually, I must say I am guilty as charged. Coming from the great free state of Florida, now living in the Tejano state of Texas, I am guilty of being registered in 2 states at the same time. The issue is. Hold on, Naveen, I haven't finished. I haven't finished. No, stop deflating. No, you're scared now. You're scared. Stop being scared.
I said illegals being registered.
No, so let me
answer.
I myself no longer live. Yeah, let me explain. I myself no longer live in the state of Florida. However, the state of Florida has not yet cleaned up its voter roll to take me off of it.
What does that have to do with illegals?
Here's the thing I think that
this guy goes nuts when Abby doesn't answer his question.
I'm illegally registered in Florida because the state of Florida hasn't taken me off of their vote. Voter roll.
Here's what's hard. Illegal resident.
Can we not just yell, you guys? We're yelling. Let's not do that. This is not like
it's ridiculous. When the guy tries to make
I got you.
and chastises Abby for not responding to his question. I say illegals, and then Scott gaslights by saying people register in 2 places. I said there's proof that there's illegals who register, and then they gaslight.
I'm not gaslighting. I was making a joke.
Right, so what about illegals?
Let's Scott go. Just don't interrupt, guys.
I would just say this. I wasn't gaslighting you. I was joking. If you felt gaslit, if you're tender, I apologize. I thought the conservatives were the strong stuff, but I gaslighted. I never really gaslit someone.
Okay, when you're trying to say that Jared Kushner did it, and you're trying to
I was kidding. I didn't know you were tender. I'm sorry, I was kidding. I apologize. I apologize. I'm sure. About illegals, undocumented folks. It's demonstrably proven that undocumented folks have a lower crime rate on average than natural born citizens. Lots of studies of that, which makes sense, right? If I'm here, well, listen, let me finish. If I'm here illegally, okay, I don't want to roll a stop sign, right? Because I'm enjoying making the money. I don't want to get sent home. So you're saying I'm watching my nose so that I don't get caught, but I'm so politically active and so motivated that I'm going to go commit that crime when I'm trying not to. I'm going to put myself on the radar doing that. I think that's spurious, but maybe it happens. But I just don't think people that are trying to stay off the radar and in the shadows are going to say, "Oh, you know what? But let's fucking go legally register vote." I don't think that's going to happen a lot.
But I have a problem with borders, like the free state of bumping the border illegally already sets you up as a criminal.
start with.
The free state of Florida claims to be very responsible and due diligent over their voter rolls. I haven't lived in Florida for 3 years, but for some reason, I'm still registered in the state of Florida to this day, and I'm getting text messages from James Fishback's campaign as a result of it. And if the Republican Party, I'm getting text messages from the campaign. Stop. The James Fishback campaign is saying, hey there, Mr. Florida man. I know you're a registered libertarian in Florida. Today is the last day for you to register as a Republican to vote for me. And it's like, wait a second. How is James Fishback getting my phone number if I'm not supposed to be registered to vote? I shouldn't be registered to vote because the state of Florida is supposed to be responsible enough to take me off of their voter roll because I no longer live in the state.
For the same reason that I get messages about people in Pennsylvania that are running, and that what exists as stats and history within the state party, and what lists are being given for now text messages, or it used to be snail mail, it completely different than I asked you, did you receive a ballot in the mail? Because, by the way, Naveen, I was in that room also with you when he said all this, and because he called me out also, because our voter rolls, we removed 160,000 names off them, and I was talking about how we had people registering at the DMV and getting mandatory ballots in the mail, and and they were non-citizens, and he didn't believe me. I was in the room as you with him.
Why hasn't Florida done the same thing? And if they have, why haven't I been removed from the voter roll? Is it because I have a white name and I'm a citizen?
So Florida, I think, and I'll be very honest with you, I think you're misunderstanding. So there's campaign lists, and those campaign lists, you don't know how old they are. Right?
No, he's pulling this from the registered voter.
Is that what he's saying? How do you know that?
Because he said, I know you're a registered libertarian.
Because he didn't say as of today, you were there at one point as a registered libertarian. I'm getting text messages from the old town I live in.
Wait, I could look this up right now, couldn't I?
You could.
I won't dox myself, but I promise to answer. I solemnly swear, I hold an oath to honesty and transparency. I'm going to look up my name and my info right now, and I will let you know if I'm registered.
Does Florida send mail-in ballots to every voter?
No, so that part would be irrelevant right now to the point of the conversation, Abby, because I'm not worried about, the conversation isn't about whether or not I'm getting a voting ballot. It's about whether or not I'm registered still. I haven't lived there in 3 years.
But that wasn't my question. Does Florida send a ballot to every voter?
No.
Florida, I'll be your third-party verification for sure.
No, like I said, I'm not going to dox myself, but I promise, if I'm not registered, I will say I'm not registered.
Yeah, but I would never betray you.
Beaver's crazy.
Leave it to Beaver.
Well, if you don't live there, how would it be doxing yourself? You can just scroll down.
Because it would still have my name, my middle name, my last name.
Are you ever going to go by?
It would have the address that I used to live at.
Hey, Florida man, are you ever going to change the Texas man?
No, I can't. You can take the man out of Florida, but you can't take the Florida out of the man.
That's a fact.
So I'm confused. Did you register to vote in Texas?
Yeah, of course I did. It was one of the first things I did within the first 90 days of me living here.
And have you voted in Texas since you registered to vote?
I did. Multiple times.
Did you vote for Trump in 2024?
I did, unfortunately.
Did you notify your county about deregistering? You're supposed to do that.
No, I never notified the county or the Secretary of State or whoever oversees all of it. I never reached out to the state of Florida proactively and said, hey, I no longer live here. You need to unregister me. That's not supposed to be my responsibility.
Change your driver's license to Texas?
Yes, I have a driver's license. I have all of the fucking legal things necessary to live in Texas. And I haven't lived in Florida for 3 years.
How many people live in Florida?
I understand it. I'm still looking it up. I haven't gotten there yet.
I think it's hard to clean the register. I think they do it like don't they do it like so often, especially around census time. I don't think they have like some AI system that actually says, "Oh, Florida man left yesterday. Let's go ahead and remove him off the vote." It doesn't work.
Well,
that way.
according to Republicans, it's supposed to work that way. They're supposed to be auditing and checking in every once in a while and being like, "Hey, does this person still live here? And if not, we should be taking them off the voter roll."
It's exactly what happened in my state. It took a while to finally get our Democrat Secretary of State to clean the transient. Actually, it doesn't happen automatically. We push for it.
You're chopping up. Yeah, you're chopping up. I think I understand what she said, but imagine, right? Like, someone moves tomorrow to, let's say, Maine or somewhere, right? I can imagine it gotta take years for the system and for someone to actually go in there and catch up. That would be amazing if they were able to do it in real time. I hear what you're saying, Florida, but I just don't see it working that way. But to Abby's point, did you receive a ballot? And that's where you start to ask yourself.
The state of Florida doesn't proactively send out ballots to everybody that's registered to vote. So no,
that makes
I
it a
didn't
safer
receive a ballot.
Right, so it makes it a safer voting system than a system where everybody gets a ballot regardless of where you. And then now,
I agree with that. I think sending out ballots ad nauseum, point blank period, to every single registered voter is kind of an insane thing to do. Number one, it's a waste of paper at the very least. And at the worst case scenario, it does open you up to the opportunity for like John Smith's dead or like late granddaughter to fucking vote on his behalf. It does open up the opportunity for some other guy named John Smith that may have somehow accidentally received John Smith other's ballot to vote on his behalf, thinking that it's for him. Like, I understand how these things can create a problem. So no, I'm not okay with the state just sending out these ballots ad nauseum.
Yeah, let's put a new speaker. How about Monica? Would you like to share?
Either Monica or Ann, anybody want to show you?
Oh, I'd like to say, so my dad passed away in
voter status active.
So we received
My voter status is active. Libertarian Party of Florida.
Kick this guy.
So we received a mail-in ballot the last 2 years after he passed away for him to vote. And I mean, and I really hope that barcode thing can really that goes into place, because like that we can easily, I could have opened it, just put a check by Trump and just mailed it right back. They wouldn't have known any different. That's weird that he still received a mail-in ballot, right?
I didn't receive a mail-in ballot. However,
my dad.
Oh, gotcha. James Fishback is using the active registration information. I'm on the registration.dos.florida.gov website right now. I typed in my name and my birthday, and it gives me the old address that I registered on April 1st, 2011. Active.
But as a citizen, you also have responsibility as a good steward of this country to also notify them, to say, hey, I'm no longer there. Like, come on, people. You want the government to do everything for you?
They'll usually take them off your stuff if they see that you haven't voted in your district in 2 federal elections. It's a federal law. It happens, I was an elections inspector for almost, I don't know now, maybe 16 years, and there are times where people come to vote and they're just not in the voting, they're not in the poll book. And you have to call, I have to call the Board of Elections, I have to call my commissioner will check in, and that's usually what happens. So what they do is they wipe, and they follow like this procedure. So first it's usually a period of 4 years. So if you haven't voted, it's why it's important to vote in your midterm, your special elections, because as long as you're active voting, then you're fine. But what will happen is they can't just remove you for not voting, period, But what usually happens is it'll be a period of 4 years, and they'll send you some sort of like confirmation, like confirm that you still live here if you haven't voted, and if for some reason they have some idea to believe, they'll just remove you. And I can't tell you the first election for President Obama.
That's not federal stuff.
No, it is federal. It is federal. Hold on. It is. And 52 USC. Go look it up. It is. Don't tell me. I was elected to
USC.
It is under the National Voter Registration Act. Yes, it is.
Yeah, but be fair. Hold on. And follow the. You don't have to dock yourself. Is it considered a red state or blue state that you're active in?
Blue.
State.
Very, very blue.
It's hard to believe that
most it's federal law. It's federal.
I've only been an elections inspector in one state. Well,
it's federal law, Joe. It shouldn't matter whether it's a red or blue state because it's federal law, right?
Well, it shouldn't, but we know that blue states.
No, this is a hypothesis. This is an assumption.
You're right. It should be followed. However, we actively know states. We just found out New Jersey. Ridiculous with it. We know California. So we know there are some states not following the law. And that's the gripe that Republicans have about this. Is not only does it open up for fraud, it's actively occurring.
Well, I mean, if anybody's an elections inspector here, I'm sure you can verify that people have come to vote and they're just not in the poll book and they haven't moved for many, many years and they're just not there. Why? Because of the poll culling. They'll just take you out and you have to reinitiate.
You have to re-register. I mean, that's happened.
Yes, ma'am.
Happens to people in New Jersey. It happens here. The problem is the registration process when it's done through the DMV. And so you're checking off a box affirming that you're a U.S. citizen, and people just, sometimes there's a language barrier and they just check all those boxes, and that affirmation is all they have. And they're supposed to then check it, but it's not always checked. And that's when we were talking about this a year ago, that was what was happening here in my state, or I forget which election cycle. And they actually had the press out interviewing these people that were non-citizens that received the automatic ballot in the mail. And they were registered to vote. They could have signed it, voted. You question whether then it would be treated as a provisional ballot or it would have just gone through the system. You hope that it would have gotten caught as provisional, and then they'd have to cure it and reach out to the people.
So I want to add to that. In this check process, it only occurs when 2 cycles of not voting happens, and you have to re-register. Well, if they send, say in California, they send out ballots, and those ballots actually get filled out by not the person, but not genuinely by the person that is registered, then it never gets caught in the system. And that's how we have to get people because someone keeps filling out the ballot and sending it in, and then their name never falls off the list.
Now add to that ballot harvesting that's legal in some states.
And there you go, Joe, to that point right there, the fact that somebody can die and their name not fall off the list, that's the same thing that creates the cause for concern that I haven't been removed from the state of Florida's registration after 3 years of not living there or voting in this state.
No, I get your point. Definitely Florida fixed it and cleaned it up. But what's scary, to Joe's point, I didn't even think about who said something about that Abby and Joe, someone said, because they do have that barcode, right? Because I remember someone came to my house and said, hey, we seen that you haven't yet cashed your vote. Well, I just literally got home. It was 5 o'clock. And they said, we can take it for you. So that ballot chasing, they know when you haven't voted. So that's very
true. I mean, it's legal in my state, and you see how they go out of their way to.
But the Republicans, they did that in 2024.
Yeah, if you're a member of something, like you're in a union, they're gonna harvest it through the union. They're gonna harvest it. I mean, the Dems are great at it.
Did you
Ours not so good.
Did you guys bring up the whole thing in New Jersey yet about the machines registering non-US 6,000 or 4,000, something like that? Like 34,000. Or no, maybe it was
6,600.
But this could have happened everywhere. I don't know if now I know it's not intentional, as they say, but this does not help. Like, did you guys talk about that yet? I don't know about that. I just got here, so yeah, this is crazy, man. Like New Jersey, their machines were literally, I guess, automatically registering non-U.S. citizens as registered voters. And 400 voted, it says so. But they didn't know that they thought they were legal because they received it, so you can't even get them.
My ballot sat in my mailbox for about 4 days because I didn't check my mail and I didn't know it was new. Anyone could have just walked up and taken it. And then what I did, said, I didn't get the ballot. California's the worst.
Only to be topped by then you get the ballot and you don't get around to mailing it in till the day of the election. And they have to wait to make sure they have all the ones that were mailed out that allegedly postmarked the day of the election to then finally count the votes. And then the ones that they can't read the postmark, they're still counting, even though they are looking at it a week after the election and they don't know for sure that it was postmarked the day of the election.
So in my state, Pennsylvania, Heritage Foundation, this is not left. They looked at 30 years.
You mean the Project 2025 Foundation?
These are good people.
These are great people.
They looked at 30
They're the best.
years. They looked at 30 years of elections in Pennsylvania. 32 elections in 30 years. That's 100,526,000 ballots. They found 39 cases of 0.000000.
No, but Scott, that's not the fraud we're talking about. We're talking about the ballot harvesting and the dead
ballot harvesting is
getting voted for.
Sure, ballot harvesting, we should do.
Yeah.
And we can make it illegal. And I would support making ballot harvesting. That's fine.
Can I just address for
Let me address this. Scott, do you speed? Scott, how many times do you speed and how many tickets have you paid for speeding? Just because people are caught doesn't mean it's not bad.
You have to stop for him.
1,000 times worse.
You could have just come out.
1,000 times worse. 1,000 times worse.
You could have just talked over that, Monica. Yeah, let's say it happened 39,000 times out of 1.1 million times.
God, you forget that your state was also the state in Bucks County that told people they couldn't vote and had to leave the polls when early election was ending, and it had to have an emergency case to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to reopen the polls in Bucks County, which was probably the most determinative and important county in the state, in a state that was basically going to determine the election. And we forget all the other issues that have happened with voter intimidation in West Philly, with the Black Panthers showing up at the voting polls with guns. With guns. That's your state of Pennsylvania, Scott.
Yeah, Scott, you guys are fucking vigilantes.
The Black Panthers should be going to the yard. Not to my
No, dude, Pennsylvania is nothing but vigilantes trying to impose voter suppression and intimidation.
Okay, you want to jump in? But she's gone.
The only thing I'll add to Abby's is, so we'll hear there's no evidence of widespread election fraud, there's no evidence of what, it doesn't have to be. The election between Gore and Bush, it was settled by thousands of votes in Florida, the dangling chads.
Hanging chads because they were hung. The chads
interrupting everybody. You have to have a commentary after every single person. It's frustrating, man.
The dangling Nazi fell on the train. And kick in.
Alright, so, Turning Point USA is starting to ballot harvest. I kind of don't like that, but if it's legal, then we get to follow the law. Scott Pressler is amazing at getting people registered to vote. He's an American legend. We just have to, like, the narrative of people scoffing at us about election integrity concerns kind of puzzles me. When don't you want free and fair elections too? Don't you want your votes to count? Aren't you frustrated at the thought that your vote might be disenfranchised?
I do. You know what? The election, our elections are so wrong about. I think that election was. You guys convinced me that 2020 were all the problems. I agree. Now, clearly Trump stole the election.
So Scott, you're interrupting me again to be facetious and obnoxious. It's noted that you can't control yourself and you had to jump in with it's not a comment. To which I reply, I'm actually glad that Biden, quote unquote, won the election in 2020, because what happened with allowed 4 years of planning and observation. And so I think Trump's second administration is stronger because of the 4-year vacation. And we're going to see. I do have some concerns about the midterms. I think Iran is a huge problem. And I think there's other things that are going well that we should pay attention to and present to voters. Thank you.
What a clean submission.
Such as what? Hey, Jane. How you doing, Jane? Okay, Jane asked you a question while you go ahead. What was the question, Jane, actually?
I'm still incredibly pleased about border security. We saw a devastating impact of an unofficial open door policy to our country. I am okay with ICE rounding up illegal immigrants and sending them home. I think we don't know who's in our country, and we should be aware and alert to them. And if they're really here because they want to become American citizens, there are people in line who've done it the right way that should be preferentialized over those who didn't.
But Monica.
What do you think, Monica, about? Oh, I'm sorry, Jane. Hi, Jane. Welcome up. Go ahead, Jane.
Hi, Bima.
Oh, good. I was asking a question.
I was just wondering, what keeps you up at night, Monica? What prevents you from getting? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bima.
So, would you, Monica, be open to still maintaining the system that we have for becoming a citizen, but then also a registration process and identify, to identify people coming into the country that can just come in and then we register them right away. There's no force. They could come. They can't participate in elections or anything like that. And then,
Consent, though, to them coming in.
What was that, Joe?
If I don't consent to them coming in, though.
Well, the problem is the country is ran by we the people. So if you don't consent and I do consent, who takes priority?
It's the majority rules. Okay, got it.
Right. So if we have a state.
I had an answer for you, Big Mo. Charles Krauthammer, before he died, he did a PragerU video and he talked about the
PragerU video.
I activated Pepe. I'm sorry, y'all. Did not mean to do that. So he talked about the illegal residents here that have been here for quite some time and that are contributing members of society. and that we should review them on a case-by-case basis and not offer them citizenship, but offer them permanent residency. And because, and we've seen with the Supreme Court, the dirt right citizenship has been validated, their children will be American citizens. And so that would resolve the conflict. I thought that was a reasonable suggestion.
Thank you, Malika. I think Edward wanted to jump back in here. Edward? Takes a little enough mic here. Let's see if that's, there he goes.
Oh, wait.
Never mind. Okay, carry on.
I was kidding, though.
That was funny. I don't know.
Yeah, it was funny. No, I actually believe that we have a very great immigration system already. One country could absorb 1.2 million people every year legally. And also those who actually cross the border illegally still are in our country taking. It is unfortunate we have businesses in America that hire undocumented people, which I think is extremely bad on Americans. And going back to the voters and everyone else, every one of us in the United States has to be honest brokers because it's our country, okay? If we actually believe that someone has crossed the border, whether they overstayed their visa or they came over illegally, they have broken our laws. I don't know why both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, don't know that these are what we call illegal.
Cut out.
Okay, I said what we call illegal aliens. I just want us to all be honest with each other. No country, I don't care what it is, could absorb millions of people and still think that they can manage their country the way it should be. I think we do have a robust immigration program, and I feel it. That's it. I live there. I think God for a lot of this year.
I mean, I kind of agree with you, but the reality is, though, is that I can just tell you, living in Phoenix, we got plenty of jobs for these people, and they'll come here with little worker bees, and yeah, you can't really vet them. I get that, and it's a very sovereign country, but I mean, they wouldn't come here if there's no work for them. Just being honest.
Hey, Pepe, have you seen anything, any activity down there?
Remember earlier we were talking about work? I'm sorry, Stuart. Remember that we were talking about earlier? We're talking about people who said that the people who are producers have to pay their fair share, and now you're saying there's plenty of work for people in America, but there's Americans that would not even want to start those jobs. Could you please explain that one to me better?
Oh, well, it's just that they work menial labor jobs that we don't want. So here, when it comes to anything that has to do with maintenance, groundskeeping, when it comes to construction, of course, if you're a contractor, you often use a lot of these people. We have, of course, hospitality is a big industry here, so the hotel staff, you can guess what a lot of them are. Every restaurant you see, you know what the line cooks are going to be. It's, I don't know. There's just as far as Americans, those are jobs we all know that many of us think are beneath us, and we just wouldn't be confident doing it. So, and it's a lot of work for little pay. So when you can have these people do it, that's just how we are. I mean, I hate to say everybody's greedy. Everybody wants to go to a resort and not have to leave.
I never thought. But I never thought that me, when I started out working as a server or working at Burger King, my first job, making $1.50 an hour was where I got to end up. Or me going to the tobacco field, taking tobacco as this 15, 17-year-old kid in the tobacco field of Connecticut. Okay, getting up at 4:30 in the morning. I did not think that was going to be my permanent career. I don't know why we're not teaching our children work ethics and values and what it means to contribute. I have no clue why we believe that these jobs are beneath the move. No, these are your starter jobs. This is when you learn values. learning how to show up on time. I don't know where people get that degree are the answer. I land on this. Just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're the right thing. A lot of people with degrees do not know what it means to have work ethic, to have values about putting in the hard day work. I land.
Yeah, when faggot retards say that these are jobs that Americans just are not interested in, that's what a faggot retard says. I know lots of Americans that would be interested in working at a high-quality pizza restaurant. Faggot retard. Faggot retard!
Think about that power that I have as your boss. If I can hold that leverage over you, you can't leave that job without risk of me reporting. And if you do get to a point where you work the entire month and the day before payday, I then call ICE, I don't have to pay you for that month that you just worked. That's the type of shit going on in our country.
You don't know how to get on your knees. I mean,
mean, the car. I haven't seen. Go ahead.
No. But one of the things I agree with Joe. What we got going in our country is we have employers doing these things where they should be penalized in the local area. Their state government should squeeze on them so that Americans, young Americans, can have the opportunity to grow. Yes, I know you're not going to make as much profit. For me, I will not hire anybody. I have to go through the I-9. Listen, I have a major company that I hire private people who are illegal in California, okay, and all over the U.S. But I can't. So, not that I can't, I won't personally, because I don't believe that I should not give an American the opportunity to do that first.
Hiring illegals, Edward, or because there's a federal law? I mean, there's very specific law. If you have an illegal, that you as the employer are going to have to pay a fine, and if you keep doing it over and over, the fine goes up, and it could be imprisonment. So you're talking about hiring someone with work papers is that
illegals. Just illegals, Abby, and that's the challenge I have because I get a lot of people applying. And when we send them to the I-9 form, they do not qualify because they're not here as either green card holders or anything. And a lot of them don't even have a social. And if they do, we can't track it anywhere. The social we give it to them when they cross the border by somebody. And that's the hard thing. I think I land on this guy because I'm in debt here. I got to be very careful because there's a lot of sensitive information that we deal with families that come into our care. So there's a lot of things I have to do as an employer just to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So, Joe, you're correct 100%. And we have way too many American business owners, especially south of the border, that's bringing way too many of these people onto their property. And that's why we have this issue with illegal immigrants. They know there's work here, and that's the traffic.
I can tell you one place where it's a guarantee that 100% of the employees are going to be illegal, and you would see raids on them all the time. Last time I saw a raid was when Obama was still in office, and that is at a car wash. Now, it's one of the worst jobs you can have, at least in Phoenix. Can you imagine it's 120 degrees maybe, and you're out in the fucking sun? It is miserable, and and especially here in Phoenix, you're not going to. That's a job. I think. Quite frankly, the fact that they have to do that job, I almost feel like they deserve something special.
May I respond? Thank you. If you've ever been to a car wash, you know that the overwhelming majority of those employees are like 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, maybe college students. I've got a membership at a car wash. Okay, well, I would love to travel to a couple of Phoenix car washes just to experience what it's like there. But in Dallas, overwhelmingly, it's fucking 16 to 23-year-olds.
That's the job.
I'm experiencing what Pepe's experiencing. By the way, the first time I went to a car wash here, I had an Elvis impersonator work in the car wash.
Wow. Hey, as a former veteran, I'd like to speak up for veterans that have served overseas and fought to the death to protect the liberty of this country from faggot retards that want to sit here and make excuses for illegal alien invaders and laborers. 25,000 people died in Afghanistan and Iraq defending our liberty, and all the illegal alien invaders should be removed by U.S. military, Army National Guard immediately. No excuses. If you're here illegally and the police or the military catch you, your ass is going to be grass, and we're sending your ass back. We didn't defend this country for hundreds of years so illegal alien invaders could come on here and go to fucking car washes so Pepe, the faggot retard, could go, these are jobs that Americans don't want to take. Faggot retards, we will take back this country from faggot retards. We will eject all the illegal alien invaders. Enough is enough. We are fighting. We are resisting. And we will win because faggot retards like Pepe are faggot retards who have no power, have no strength, and they are on conference call social audio apps all day long going, these are jobs that white people don't want to take. Tell that to the 25,000 dead Americans in Afghanistan and Iraq, faggot retard. Hello!
Go ahead and get all of the people that are. I'm just stating a fact, not whether or not it should be. Economically, us existing without immigrants, especially legal immigrants, it's not going to happen. Everything would fall apart. Everything's cheap here, or at least historically was cheap for a fucking reason. And as far as making it so that, yeah, you can get the Army and the National Guard to do that, good luck, bro. I don't see that ever happening. But at the end of the day, I'm only talking about the factors that pull people here. They exist. And I don't know what you really do to stop them, except for, yeah, you can do what you said, but I don't even really think that's legal, personally.
You know what's crazy? It's 106 to 108 degrees here in West Texas.
But now just hold on, look, I think the answer is how much your state actually cooperates with ICE. We did have illegals here in the South that were taking these jobs. However, states like Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama have cooperated with ICE. We've got rid of them, and now we have Americans that have filled those jobs.
So, you know, it's 106, 108 degrees out here in West Texas. My nephew's one of the white kids, you know, that works at a car wash, and it is fucking miserable. It's a terrible job.
How the black kids feel.
I know, like Florida said, there is actually black kids over there, black, white, Hispanic, but most of them are 17 to 20-year-old high school and college kids. And this is the difference between like Phoenix and places like where I live. We round up all the fucking illegals, and you guys just let them roam fucking free, and they just take all the jobs for the American citizens, for, you know, high school and college kids, where in your city they probably can't find jobs because they're all filled with a bunch of fucking wetbacks all over the border.
What are we doing about that?
Round them up and kick the fuck out of them. I kick the fuck out of them. And then all the high school and college kids around the fucking United States actually have jobs. Yeah, the reason why I said it, because, guys, I live in California. And like you said, we have all kinds of things. All of our car washes, all of our, like, it's just sad that we ship this at a large scale, and the moving rules and everything else, because they let every single person in DMV just register so they can keep winning elections. Yes, unfortunately, they are rigged. It's very sad. The thing for sharing that. Illegals are in West Texas. We'll call the police and call ICE on the fucking illegals.
This has actually been cashed to death. If you look at the reason why you guys have turned blue, a lot of people will immediately look and yes, you guys
voted illegally.
Okay, stop for it. So you guys did turn to a majority non-white state, and it's kind of somewhat gone. It has gone blue with the change in demographics. But if you look at who's doing the vote, who's voting blue?
Oh, you mean California?
Jesus Christ!
Illegals voting illegally.
Here we go.
I was just trying to get clarification with state.
Another fucking spurt. 2 spurts going off at once. Amazing. Jesus Christ. No, it's actually the white people there that have drastically started voting left, and it was Silicon Valley and basically all the people that migrated there that ended up like really turning that state to a majority blue. It had little to do with the changing of the demographics. In fact, I think the Hispanics have largely started to even out far more. Where I think even in this last election, I think California was also one of the states.
Did you study statistics in undergrad, PP?
Jesus Christ, another fucking retard.
Pepe, when you land Pepe, I want to go.
Yeah, and I want in.
Go ahead and land. Finish up, Pepe.
Oh no, I'm done. That's all I was pointing out.
Okay, cool. Hey, look, and William, I wanted to lead right into you, so this is perfect. I think there's a correlation between homeless and drug use and illegal immigration. Clearly, the ones not filling these upward mobility jobs are many people that are homeless and drug
addicted living in the West Coast. So we're replacing one part of our population saying, well, no one's going to work. Yeah, because they don't have the opportunity to work because illegals have taken their jobs. They're now on the streets, living on the streets, doing drugs. The Democrats then go and harvest both votes from the homeless and from the illegals. And this is how they're rigging their elections. William, what do you think about the correlation between homeless and illegal immigration?
There's a correlation there, but I wanted to start by saying, Pepe, California has always been predominantly blue. The way that it's broken up in the major cities and versus the more urban areas that are blue, and the country is
And the only times I listen to it is when I'm like bored at work and stuff, and I need to cheer myself up. That there's, someone that just can't answer questions truthfully, or
Hey Jack, hey Tom, hey Litzo. I got a question for the moderators.
Okay.
It's really for anybody in the room, I guess. I assume some of you.
Just send this guy down.
Excuse me, Pastor. Pastor.
Oh yeah, that guy's in Discord, isn't he?
He's in Discord.
Come into our room in Discord. I don't know, maybe I'm confusing myself.
I don't recognize from Discord, but definitely here.
One of the other people that I've only seen very few videos, it doesn't seem like he debates that much, is, and I don't know how to pronounce it, but something like Ozymandias or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And I have seen like two videos. I really like his way of doing things. Because he seems very, very reasonable and just quite knowledgeable. And of course, John would just say that I just listen to people that agree with me. But yeah, I mean, I guess that is what it is. Also, to bring up something.
I can tell you for a fact because I dated an illegal immigrant who overstayed her visa, and she was offered by 4 different people for as low as $500 a complete set of identity. Okay, they take kids who aren't old enough to be working, and they tell elderly people you get a social security number and everything that you need to pass the I-9 test. It's $500.
That's an interesting question.
Nope, it's not.
I don't see it as illegal. I mean, they could try to argue the intimidation of it, but I don't know. I think you could.
Yeah, but who are they intimidating? The 1960 Civil Rights Act. Abby, who would they be intimidating? The illegals, right? The two-spirit penguin, LGBTQAI, and whatever. They're not Chatori. Skus. Skus. How you guys doing? Skus. Chatori. Let us see.
Yeah, so this is the coming political argument. You can see the Democrats have been layering in the Jim Crow 2.0, and Trump has been making moves with this of what they've narrowed down the field of where they actually have to do this with the redistricting after the Supreme Court ruling that has come out. There's only going to be two handfuls of battleground House districts, so you don't really have to put them in every district. We already know there's like 210 Republican spots already locked up for 212, and like 208 Democrat spots or something like that. It comes down to about a dozen seats that is going to decide the balance of power. So he just has to place them in these certain locations because we don't have the manpower to spread it all across the country. And you wouldn't need to. We don't have the same problem everywhere. But just doing this and putting this out there, along with his attempts now to lock down the mail-in ballots, that the post office is not going to deliver mail without states handing over their voter rolls, so that the post office can cross-reference everyone that they deliver a ballot to is a registered citizen, or a voter that is registered and they are a citizen. He has had success in the courts here recently, as of last week, with that executive order. But they're challenging it on all fronts. So just be prepared, have a strong stomach this midterm, because he's doing what he can to try and squeeze it across the finish line.
But what the problem is, though, is that you had everybody was just anti-Trump leading up to 2020, and that was actually very effective. And then you had this pandemic that made everything perfect. You had a good economy that all of a sudden puts an end to that. Then you have, whatever goes wrong in a pandemic, and things are going to go wrong. Trump was going to get blamed for everything. But this time, though, since Trump has been nominated, I listen to the Democrats, and I don't see anything. What are they rallying behind?
They're rallying behind Democrat socialist talking points.
Hold on, John. I was just gonna say when he goes,
Ew. This isn't white America. This isn't a place where I'm talking shit.
Bro, why don't you move?
Pepe, they're rallying behind what Ilhan Omar is putting out. It's the same exact liberal, progressive, pluralist talking points that we've been hearing on this garbage app with low IQ trash, lonely, bored pieces of shit for years. It's never ending bullshit. CRT, BLM, LGBTQIA+ all the way. Restorative justice now, DEI, CRT. It never fucking ends with these fucking liars. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in a higher power. They don't believe in destiny or history. They only talk about their stupid reparations, their stupid fucking IQ, or their identity politics. That's all they have. They don't read anything. They don't go to the gym. They do nothing. Ilhan Omar should be arrested and deported yesterday, 100 days ago. We have to deploy the military in this country. If Donald Trump doesn't use his U.S. Army National Guard in every major sanctuary city come election day and arrest every illegal cocksucker who tries to vote in a fucking ballot, we have lost this country. Dear God, Donald Trump, deploy the Army National Guard to sanctuary cities immediately this summer now, and hold them there till November, till December, till January, till February, till June the next year. Deploy the soldiers now.
All right, we get it. And something tells me that they're probably rare, which only happened in maybe a few
Some odd years, they've declared themselves sanctuary cities, So we could go down a list of them. Denver has one. Did Dallas ever declare? I think Dallas, right? Where you live, was Phoenix ever called a sanctuary city?
Very different. We're not the type of city. Not a politically sanctuary city. Basically, if you're a victim of a crime, you call the cops. They're not going to ask your immigration status, or if it's told to them, they're not going to deport you. If you're a witness, you can come forward. They're not going to tell lies. basically just so things can run, like with law enforcement and that kind of stuff. But if you end up, let's say, committing a crime, and you get arrested, yep, they're definitely handing you over to ICE. Period. So they cooperate with them, for the most part. I don't know. It's
that could be a good tactic that our law enforcement do not cooperate in the different states with ICE, which is our immigration. And Joe, to your point, is there any sanctuary cities that are red at all?
Well, Phoenix kind of was. Look, so what do you do when you know you have an illegal immigrant population? Now you have to understand they are going to live in poorer areas where there's higher crime. And they were the people that like to traffic them. We were the kidnapping capital of the country for years. These people are taken for ransom. All kinds of things will happen. And of course, let's just say they witness something happening to an American, they can go to the police, they can talk. It's just like, all right, because you're doing this, which is essential for our job, we're not going to hand you over to ICE. I think that's reasonable. But when it comes to criminals, or if they were to like pull you over, and they were to put you in jail and find out you're illegal, they'll call ICE. So they don't try to not work with ICE, but it's just like, okay, if it's something that's essential, like you volunteering as a witness, or you reporting being a victim of a crime, yeah, we'll work with you. We're not going to fucking get you deported. I think that's reasonable. California is different. They don't have an inmate. It could be a child molester. It could be a number of horrible things. What they'll intentionally do is that the California Department of Corrections, ICE will have a retainer on them, and then they'll say, hey, let us know when your guy's getting out and what you're doing. We need to pick them up and send them back to, like, let's say Mexico. California will deliberately not tell them what time or from what prison the inmate is being released from to avoid that person from being removed, which I think is absolutely fucking asinine. I personally know people, several people who've been deported from Mexico to America, back to America, just for acting like an asshole in Mexico. It's pretty typical there. So I don't know why, it's just virtue signaling bullshit.
Dude, the LA County jails for sure, all of the sheriffs, the vast majority are Latino.
Yeah, it's like the cops here, like largely Latino.
So not only will they do what you're talking about, they will literally, like if you've ever been to county jail, there's this whole process. It takes you anywhere from 8 to 12 hours to actually get out on the day you're supposed to be released. Right? And everyone gets early release, blah, blah. They will not only do what you're talking about, they will literally release people early. So even if the ICE is trying to guess when they're going to get out, they'll alter it just to help people out. At least that's the rumor that's going around amongst some sheriffs who are kind of against that, because they say the largest gang in LA County is the sheriffs. Yeah, it's within the sheriff's department.
They have like their own little gang within the sheriff's department.
It's called La something or other. I don't know what it is, but
it's just so. I remember like that Pope, not Pope, excuse me, Father something Sheen. This was like from the 60s, and he was talking about things. It's like, what I see in this world is going to happen and accelerate. And he's talking about how, like, they're going to start, like, this empathy they're going to start having for the predators, the victimizers. They're going to, basically forget about the victims, those that are caused harm. And you saw like this huge, you definitely saw that. And this video was really viral like 5 or 6 years ago in the height of all of this like criminal justice reform.
That's why immigration is such an important issue, because it touches at the heart of ethics, virtue, and law and sensitivities. And can you stomach watching a guy who's been here 15 years illegally get ripped out of this fucking country, maybe even shot and killed, and his wife and children removed? These are very difficult questions, and emotionally, these types of situations are happening left and right. Lots of people are dying in this legal law enforcement of our immigration law. It takes extreme violence in many situations to enact the law. And many of these people are dangerous and willing to fight to the death in order to remain here. That's how great America is. Huh!
Right. I saw a white Karen get shot when she was, I don't know what she was thinking. She's in like a 1.5 to 2 ton automobile and thought she was going to go ahead and just veer off in his direction. She shot him. I mean, he shot her. Then you had that nurse who, once again, he had a gun. Yeah, maybe the officers fucked up. But at the end of the day, I know if I'm carrying a gun on me, the very last thing I'm going to do is get physical with the cops. Like that's just not going to happen.
I would just ask any American to run the simulation through your imagination. If I were to go to India, Russia, London, Argentina, if you were to go to any other country and just set up shop and say, fuck it, I'm not leaving, I'm going to live here, I'd like to be included in your hello?
Vote for Brandon Johnson for mayor. Break up his routine. He's just trying to record and make his clips.
I just obnoxious.
I know.
He's just trying to create his clips.
At least what you got to do is learn. Okay, I'm somebody who, and I've lost it because it's like something you lose. I think it's like it's a perishable skill. But I was always in like the showman mode where I was always ready to attack, ready to crack jokes, ready to troll. Like it was hard to even get out of the trolling, that I would do. But it's like you have to perfect your trolling. You see, you do kind of the same thing every time. Sometimes it hits. It's not, but it's most oftentimes it doesn't. Do something original. Surprise people.
I don't know. I think the days of trolling on Clubhouse are gone.
No, I think they are too. Yeah.
Right. Like that era is over. That was season 2 or 3.
Yep. That's when I stopped trolling. I mean, I do it occasionally when it's like I can tell that this person is gonna take the bait and they're a real asshole. Sometimes I do it to Monica. And I don't dislike Monica, but Monica's. She's just the perfect bait.
The clean fun.
You're such a little squirt, Pepe, Pee-Pee. It's just how it works.
The soft great bait troll, where I try to keep throwing out there to get them to rage. And look, I catch them once in a while still. But the idea is not me talking, it's them talking too much.
Let's get in the beam umbrella.
That low-key passive-aggressive troll.
But one of the best trolls is if you sound 100% reasonable to them at least, and then you just fucking chuck a wrench in there really quickly with your logic ain't consistent, but then you say something that will grossly offend them. You're like, wait, why does he think that? But if you can come up with a way to just basically make it sound very reasonable, they're going to be kind of dumbfounded yet really insulted, and then they're going to want to you'll kind of pique their curiosity, and so they're going to ask questions and all of that jazz. I was a piece of shit. I trolled people way too much back in the day.
Dr. Responsible Ricky troll. He'll fly me.
Yeah. Anybody who's trolled enough, will probably, they'll come to realize, likely through coincidence, that that is a troll to use, and that is But of course, that's only something you can do in a somewhat serious space.
Yeah, but the problem with that is most of the people that are easy to troll are hot mics anyway, so they'll go on and on and on. And if they don't know you're trolling them, then they're likely to go on even longer. And it's like Joe was keeps using this gish gallop and trying to shorten people's time. We should be encouraging people to land their plane within 2-3 minutes max, right? Let people who are new on the stage speak and just shorten people, especially the repetitiveness. How many times is right, but how many times has Florida said exactly what he said in this room today? Like over and over. I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day sometimes on this app.
Yeah, that's why he was never like somebody you could entertain or have like large spaces. So like how it works, like if you're looking over on X, it's kind of like what Clubhouse used to be in a way, but perhaps even dumber. But they, so it's kind of like a popularity contest. And so people who have like the larger audiences, they'll bring people up on their stages who also have large audiences. There's kind of preferential treatment. And then if you're somebody like me and I'm invited up in a black space back in the day, all of the black people like, oh, this cracker ain't got no bean in this bitch. All right, I'm gonna smoke his ass. I'm gonna ask him all kinds of questions, and then they ask him, and then they try to put me down and insult me, and then thought it was very entertaining to do that. But in other words, you couldn't really hog the mic back then because like the people who were running the rooms kind of they were going to center the people that people wanted to like hear, because it was basically who's gonna cause the most drama. And really, it's very. All this was kind of like a Jerry Springer show, in all reality. It was like not that serious. Who could be the most like outrageous and in an entertaining way?
I mean, I look at Clubhouse like the news, bro. When the news, you see the news when they report good shit, don't nobody care about that shit. When you report some bad shit, some drama, that's when the views tick up. It's the same way with Clubhouse, bro. That's why you got your race titles, you got your political titles. It's all about drama, but at the same time, it's a fine line between drama and keeping two different conversations. So.
It's Michelin. Hey, what's up, my favorite Michelin? Neftali, what's up, bro?
Shut your goddamn mouth, Pepe. Watch your mouth. Don't call me that.
True moderators, they know how to balance the two. They know when to spice it up, spice the room up, and then they know when to calm the room down.
Yeah, you guys do an awesome job of that, to be totally honest. And the way you hand it off, like one person will take the lead for a while, and then the enforcer will come in, and more so than I think any other room, you guys got the moderation down.
But most of us are OGs. Like back when I would do my rooms, Matt was on here, and so was Beaver. They were on here before, but they were always like my number one. No, Mon was always my number one, but they were like my number twos. And then, like all of us here, we have like years of experience. Before I was on here, I was used to doing the moderating on fucking, Discord. And so, yeah, there's a style, but like at the end of the day, we kind of like come on here, I think, and we all kind of know each other. We know who has like different opinions on this app. There's people that are more left leaning, that they have their rooms. I don't really go in there much, mainly because I know that they don't want to hear me, and I'll just get picked on, so I just don't really go over there. But we anyways, it's kind of like we know each other, so it's like, why are we going to be performative on this app where there's way less people and we all know each other, kind of where we stand. But everybody still has like disagreements to an extent with each other, and so you can talk about shit.
I think what this current Trump room version does well is we'll let a mod be the antagonizer or even playing the devil's advocate side of it on a position. For example, Pepe will take the anti-Israel position against pro-Israel people.
Good luck with your Clubhouse life as if it even mattered.
And let
let Pepe have his segment, we go with the segment, and then not feel like I have to involve myself, or vice versa, go into something about Democrats, and I'll hit on Democrats and other mods will yield for that moment too, and it just kind of switches back and forth, and mods not feeling like we have to be heard because I just do it for the lows.
I just want to be clear. I'm not even anti-Israel. I'm just like, when it comes to them trying to sell this war, sorry, dude. Like, I just completely disagree. There's with a lot of people that have been on the stage. It's not because I dislike Israelis or Jews. But I mean, if it's a bullshit, if it's bullshit, if it's a stupid idea, and they're feeding us a line of bullshit to kind of talk us into it or persuade us that they're not the ones pushing us to do it.
I'm sorry. If it was like the French or the British, I'd have the exact same fucking.
The French and the British.
We do good not arguing with each other. Kind of like Beaver will take the position, Carmelo Anthony, he got too many years. And I'm like, well, Carmelo Anthony didn't get enough years, but we don't let the conflict get between us on the debate. You rile up the rest of the speakers, get them involved in the debate,
Yeah, and not only that, you don't have to respond to everything. Like in some rooms, the moderator has to respond to everything that's said. And I've noticed most of you guys will. If someone else can make the point, like you figured out who's going to make the point, and you prompt that person who's going to make the same point you would make, and let someone from the audience make the point instead of doing it. So the mods come across way less ego-oriented.
Try to be a white woman to get your foot into a gut, man. This is sucky. You're a white woman, so you just deserve it. But not a devil, you are. Yep, absolutely. And well, here's the thing. Like, this is Matt's room. He's the primary mod. The primary reason, like, for example, I don't open rooms anymore is like, a few years ago, you did way different. It's a lot more like entertaining if you're doing it to like a large audience, especially if you don't know who they are. And it was entertaining the crowd as opposed to like talking to people you already know.
Pepe showed us and paid the bills.
On here, we all kind of know each other. It's Matt's room. I don't have to like be at my phone the whole time. I can be half listening. I can hear that, I'll listen, I'll see how people respond to each other. And, oftentimes, yeah, you're right. I don't have to make there's no reason I have to make a response. And I think most of us here, we'll only, it's like if we hear something that really piques our interest, then we're just going to like respond. It hit us in some certain way. That like maybe it wouldn't hit the other mods.
Kitover Dungeon Brain Rush.
20,000, 30,000. People might not pay attention to numbers, but I pay attention to numbers. I know for a fact this house is doing what it's supposed to do. This current iteration is going that I haven't controlled long enough.
You guys don't. Some of us used to hold pretty nice rooms on topics. I used to hold one on education, and it got big. But dumbasses from other rooms, Dan, came in and blew it up. What about you guys? Any rooms that are growing or just stagnant?
Hello?
No, everything's stagnant here. Well, this room's been kind of like, we haven't had like a right-wing room on Clubhouse that like had any real numbers in a while. That's these rooms are doing it, so that's a plus.
It's also the nature of
kind of where things are at. One, the app was fresher and newer. I know a lot of people that had first joined this app, they'd never even done social media like Pepe has done, Discord, and I did Periscope and things like that. So this isn't like
This shit on Fox News. Yeah, I'm Gen Z, and yeah, I don't want to work.
The other part of it is when it comes to right-wing discussions, it's always a lot easier when your party's not in power. So
Exactly.
Yeah, and this isn't just on Clubhouse. This is in media too. So right-wing podcasts, their numbers are down. Viewership across the board. Because who wants to go and listen to? Oh wow, yeah, Trump deported some more illegals. What a good job he's doing. No, people want the outrage. They want a place to cope. That's why you're seeing like the politically incorrect and the 420 room. These rooms, they have all people are, they're yearning for a place to cope with like-minded people, so they know that they're not alone during this agony of the Trump administration. That's what a little bit different though. When we did it here between 21 and 24, we were literally going through medical tyranny, where they had us locked down in our houses. We couldn't go out to the bars. We couldn't socialize with anybody. So they were coming and arresting some of us for attending a rally in Washington, D.C. It was nuts for the first couple of years. And I don't know if we'll ever recreate that moment.
That is the thing. It's like I was somebody who was like addicted to it. I really was having so much fun doing it. And like the trolling, first of all, I think everything gets old. The topics that I would like to talk about, 5 or 6 years ago, in the height of like BLM, like I've been after black people when I first came on this app, primarily. You're basically trying to destroy the BLM, narratives. Today, I would say that's rather mainstream. And most people like, yeah, BLM fucking stuff. Yeah, no, in fact, I have N-word fatigue, fuck these people. And it's just like, oh, basically, so that was edgy back when I would say that kind of shit, but today it's nothing. But even the trolling and getting the reaction out of people and like making people laugh and all that shit was fun. But then
this isn't your LinkedIn credibility or Clubhouse.
Doesn't offer the same high anymore. And yeah, everybody was like Parler was shut down. All of the right were getting kicked off of YouTube, Twitter, and what did you have? You had Discord, that's about it.
Yeah, Joe Biden in 2021, he comes on and he does that speech. The largest threat to America is white supremacy. And then you have like this, random, 18, 19-year-old black girl goes on social media and she hears Pepe in a clubhouse room talking about, white America's. I can only imagine that there were true believers that bought into this stuff, and then their emotional reactions that came out of it from that point on.
Yeah, it was fucking amazing.
Yeah, but if Pepe is the all or nothing of what white racism is and structural racism is on the internet, then it's nothing. It doesn't even exist. It's just a mirage and an illusion.
Can't you change a troll here in fucking Clip Farm? It's so he did somewhat have a point. My white racism was not. First of all, I'll let you know a secret, with white racism. They will never get along. White racism. I should say never, I'm not the thought leader for white people. White people think all kinds of things.
There it is.
Chasing the blood and fury from his native residence.
Was afraid of excommunication. I think a show of force will bring him back to Rome.
City County building in Madison, Wisconsin. Then they vandalized and burned. Hold up, they vandalized. I've already read it. Wisconsin State Capitol. Ohio State Capitol. Oh, by the way, the Ohio State Capitol one happened during the proceedings where they actually were trying to stop a state proceeding from occurring because they felt that the state was racist. So. That sounds like an insurrection. Well, anyway, okay. Then you had California, then you have California and Colorado, and then federal property damage at the Mark Hatfield United States Courthouse, and they did nightly clashes there, and they lit fireworks and more fires, and the police had to reinforce the exterior structure itself to make sure it didn't burn down, but it was close to being burnt down. And then you mentioned the St. John's Episcopal Church.
Our federal courthouse in Las Vegas also got attacked. They got arrested here, and then they killed a cop.
Every major sanctuary city in 2020 got overrun with BLM riots.
No, it's not.
Every city in 2020.
City. It's not supposed to be
Nevada's a purple fucking state.
It's purple, and our sheriff is now our governor.
That is purple, just like Marshall Rankin's balls.
At least the perception of Arizona. Abby can tell me if I'm wrong. We're a purplish state.
Yeah, purple.
Hold on.
So do I have to know?
Shut up and let me finish.
Yo, bitch ass. I've been cut off the boat.
Okay, fuck this shit. Okay,
purple.
They are rather no nonsense even compared to Arizona when it comes to like their cops and law.
The cops are very tough here.
And so you just don't fuck around. If you think it's a crime, just don't do it. That's just how it is.
But they definitely killed a cop. They killed a cop. No, I'm sorry. They paralyzed a cop. A guy paralyzed
At that time, they were run by Dems, the Las Vegas.
Oh, that's amazing, because I used to live in Aurora where the police, honestly, they seem real lenient. I never had any problems. They need to get pulled over for speeding or anything. I mean, I'm not a speeder and stuff, but yeah, that's just how lax they are over there. And I was shocked because you said that there was an event in Las Vegas and y'all in purple. Well, New Orleans is kind of pretty much blue, and I didn't see anything too drastic coming from that. There were protests in March. I wasn't a part of it. I just happened to be there because I lived there and stuff. But
our sheriff,
y'all are real radical out west.
Our sheriff the sheriff is very, very tough here, and the old sheriff is now the governor. Present sheriff as well. You can't get away with anything there. It's a very tough police force.
So in New Orleans, they were tearing down the statues and throwing statues into the Mississippi River. So there was violence going on. But I just want to remind everyone Rob, what happened with that segment? I'll pass the mic and I'll let everyone else fight over it. Look, Rob makes disingenuous attempts to ask questions. The list is so long of Democrat violence that he doesn't give enough time for us to go through the list. So everyone's trying to add into, well, this is what happened in 2020. This is what happened in 2020. Let me remind you how we got on this topic was we raised the idea about how much violence has come from the left in the congressional baseball shooting that occurred against Steve Scalise. And then I was bringing out the list to talk about the others. Then we went into the BLM story right away. So we never got an attempt to.
Yeah, but Joe, this is how Rob Blahnik fucks his victims.
Particularly bringing up how biased the media was, how biased the media always is. Where if you're a victim of a left-wing attack, like for example, on the congressional baseball team, it's just like, oh, hey, Congressman with a rather controversial history. Basically they're painting a picture, and they just want to basically say, oh well, this motherfucker had it coming. Whereas they will absolutely paint you as fucking Hitler reincarnate. They need to send everything and anything after you at the government's disposal in order to neutralize you or take you into custody if you have a different belief. Like, this is what they've been doing for fucking years.
So I just want to finish out the list, and then we can go back to the BLM riots that occurred in 2020. Look, in 2022, there was a plot or an attempt on Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's life. In 2025, there was the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The assault on Rand Paul in his yard by his neighbor, who is a known anti-Trump Occupy Democrat supporter. The assault on Larry Elder in California in 2021 when they threw eggs at him from a gorilla mask. You remember the fat white liberal woman that dressed in the gorilla mask and threw eggs at him? There was then a plot against Republican officials in 2025 at the National Mall with a folding knife and Molotov cocktails. We had other incidences of then who can forget Thomas Crooks that attempted the kill on Donald Trump, and Ryan Ruth that was in the West Palm Beach, Florida. So that's just to name some of them, along with all the other violence. I think the Democrats have a violence problem.
Don't forget that nigga faggot retard Dr. Adams and what he did to Spencer Pratt in Los Angeles. And I'm glad he does. He does the same shit.
Like, that's the difference between me and you guys. I won't try to spin any of that. I can't spin any of that. It's not, I don't believe it.
You can't spin it. That's the way you spin it with your victims, Rod.
In America, in terms of especially for black, won't work well for us moving with politically motivated violence. Like, I'm not trying to spin it like it's an acceptable thing. The problem with you guys is you guys will go to every great length to if we, let's say we just talked about what happened on January 6th, and we can talk about the guys in El Paso, we can talk about many things. We can talk about the people in Minnesota that got killed, like a year or two ago. Of course, a black girl. We talk about it.
Wasn't the mayor of Portland also part of when he met Portland? Wasn't he kind of part of the organization?
No. The mayor of Portland back in 2020, he was a liberal. But what happened is he was living in a condo high-rise near downtown Portland. He actually had to move from there because they constantly shot off fireworks outside of the building where he was living. So obviously, he would drive the neighbors as well as himself.
Did Josh Shapiro's house get like some attacked? I mean, I remember something like that about a year. So it's like we could go tit for tat. But what I'm saying is, you guys are always.
Ben Shapiro was likely,
I'm talking about the governor.
Yeah, the Governor Shapiro was likely attacked by somebody who was like an Islamist or somebody on the left.
He was a pro-Palestinian guy It attacked him, and he was on Passover night. He attacked the house. He tried to, and he set the house on fire in one of the rooms in the downstairs of the governor's mansion.
I just want to fact check something because I went on Gemini, which I know Rob has access to. The 2025 assassination of Minnesota lawmakers. According to Gemini, this had nothing to do with Donald Trump. He said it did. Okay. No, I didn't. I said it had nothing to do with this. It also says nothing to do with this. That's what I said. I said about his response. Yeah, there's no response. There's no response to it. There's nothing listed here about response. So it was a state issue. It was a state issue. Let me finish. Yeah, so it says response to it. Yeah, there was no response to it, bro. There's nothing the federal government can do. It's a state issue. No, I said, like, you have no idea about this stuff. So anyway, let me finish reading the incident. June 14th, 2025, a gunman named Vance Bolter, dressed in a fake police uniform, and attacked the homes of prominent Democratic lawmakers. He shot and killed Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, while also severely wounding Senator John Hoffman and his wife. Bolter acted on his own. Federal prosecutors on hit list of nearly 70 politicians, abortion providers, and activists. While Bolter was radicalized by intense partisan anger and local outcry, the investigation found no direct link orchestrating his actions. Trump publicly condemned the acts as absolutely horrible shortly after. Wait a minute, let me read that again. There was no response. Trump publicly condemned the acts as absolutely terrible shortly after it occurred. This is ABC and New York Times and other. Let me read that again. Trump publicly condemned the attacks as absolutely terrible shortly after it occurred. Oh, and it says here, Bolter was appointed by Walz to a position within his administration, but was upset that his positions were not being listened to. So Walz knew who the guy was, and he worked for Walz. So, so it's important to get the facts right, Rob, when you say Trump did have a good response to it. Gemini says so. So there you go.
The guy who attacked Josh Shapiro's house. And
New York Times. Oh, and Josh Shapiro's house was a left-wing radical. It was left-wing radical who was anti-Israel and pro-Palestine, was pissed. And even Josh Shapiro says
left-wing radical. That's what you were saying. His house, or just him.
His victim voted against illegal Medicare, Medicaid for illegal aliens. That's why he had to whack her out, because she voted against Medicaid for illegal aliens in Minneapolis. What do you think about that, Rob Gulati?
Story before, if I'm not mistaken, there's so much in the algorithm. Thank you for.
I want to read the motives of that. So that was the incident was done by a guy named Cody Allen Balmer, 38-year-old former mechanic and wielder from nearby Pembroke, Pennsylvania. It says the motive. According to the search warrants for Balmer's 911 call, he targeted Governor Shapiro over perceived injustices to the people of Palestine. That sounds like a Republican motive. You know what? Rob was right. That's a Republican motive, supporting the people of Palestine, criticizing the governor's public stances regarding the war in Gaza. While the attack occurred during Passover weekend and Shapiro is Jewish, Balmer later denied that the governor's religion played a factor. His family also noted that they had tried unsuccessfully to get Balmer to help. Balmer is pronounced progressive and says that the governor's stance on issues related to Palestine were concerned. Legal outcome. October 2025, Balmer pleaded guilty to attempted murder, terrorism, burglary, and 22 counts of arson. Accepted a plea and was sentenced to 25 to 50 years in state prison. So, Joe, add that as another one to left-wing violence, this time against a moderate, considered a moderate Dem, just because he's Jewish and supports Israel.
Let me recap the day
And
for
gave
us.
$5 million to the Islamic Center in Pennsylvania, by the way.
Let me recap the day in 10 to 20 seconds. Look, I mean, this is what we've made the assertions about the DSA taking over the Democrat Party. We're making assertions about how Democrats and the supporters of the DSA have a violence problem. However, moderate Democrats, quote unquote, moderate Democrats, just dismiss it as, well, this is just radical fringe elements of the Democrat Party, or this is just right-wing rhetoric that y'all are making up.
I mean, they're either willfully ignorant or they know exactly what they're doing in these rooms, and their attempt is to try and dissuade us or out of it or change the topic so we don't expose the
Exactly. I wanted to ask a question, as you say, because I didn't want to cut in front of anyone. But is there anyone from Mississippi or Alabama in the room and not from a liberal blue city?
Yeah, I live
anyone from Red County? Well,
I live in Alabama. Yeah, I live in Alabama now.
Right, but you grew up where I grew up. This is a little different. I need someone that actually grew up in a red county in either Mississippi or Alabama. It's just because I like to get diverse perspectives, because most of you are coming from cities, so I don't want to see